No. And he wants it. Yeah, no kidding. We are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 31 people. Go ahead. All righty. All righty, let's go ahead and get started. We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance first. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All righty. Do roll call real quick.
Councilmember Rubio,
Present.
Councilmember Roberts,
Here.
Councilmember Morganelli,
Here.
Vice Mayor Womack,
Here.
Mayor Wynkoop.
Here. Would you mind doing our prayer, Edward?
Almighty and ever-living God, we do well always and everywhere to give you thanks and praise, and we're especially grateful for the gift of this time, this place, and these wonderful people who are here in support of this particular community. Pour out your Holy Spirit of blessing upon each and every one. Guide, guard, direct us, protect us, anoint us, and use us in the work and ministry that you've been to us. And we pray this in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. All righty. Let's keep it rolling. All righty. We'll do the first thing. We're going to do some follow-ups and presentations. And let's see, the first one, environmental review follow-up. That's you, Paul, right?
Yes.
All righty.
So council, please excuse me. I'm having a rough time with my allergies right now, my ragweed allergies and stuff, so my throat's a little course. Going to allergy doctor tomorrow. But at the last council meeting, council directed staff to seek an environmental consultant to do a review on the property located on Fosgate. Later today, I sent you a resume. I hired Jorge Caspary, who's a senior principal at Montrose Environmental. And I did email you his resume. He has a pretty impressive pedigree working on brownfields and working for DEP, and was one of the senior directors over the management department, and actually sits on the brownfields chair. So his role is going to be to gather all the information, all the documents on the property, cohesively put them together, and write a summary of letter with all the information on it, so you can kind of digest basically what has happened and what is there. Then also create a recommendations for best practices that we can use in the future, and also share with the applicant or the property owner if they choose to implement some of that information. And I know there's been a lot of back and forth, but also just want to let the council know where are we at with things on this. So the property does have a conditional use permit that's been issued, a valid conditional use permit. He's in full compliance with the conditional use permit at this point. And he's also been issued a land grading construction permit, so he can begin to construct, which was issued several weeks ago. So he can begin to construct improvements that are outlined in the conditional use permit. So everything is in compliance, and what the applicant decides to do from there, that's up to them. We don't have anything from DEP or anybody else saying stop. And so at this point, under our codes, the applicant's allowed to proceed, and that's how staff is proceeding with it. Be glad to answer any questions on that. And the goal is to hopefully have this at the February meeting, no later than March, but he's going to shoot for the February meeting for you.
All right.
Yeah, anything, Nita, you want to add to that?
Any questions?
The conditional use permit was approved based on a record that did not include the material environmental information.
Could you pull that just a little bit? I'm sorry.
I haven't switched mics tonight, hoping that this wouldn't happen. So the conditional use permit was approved based on a record that didn't include the material environmental information that existed at the time of application.
Can everybody hear him?
Yeah.
I can't hear you. Move the mic down a little.
Or just speak up a little bit if you could.
Information expressly triggers further review by FDEP if land use changes. Because a CUP authorizes a change or intensification of use, we have the responsibility to ensure compliance before activity continues. So I guess my question I was, we're using a private consultant, and I'm not going to argue that because we did agree with that, but FDEP is going to have final say in this, correct?
Yeah, correct. They have the authority. They're really, in my opinion, I'll let Anita comment. They're the only jurisdictions that has the authority to regulate that type of environmental issues. And they have the power to say stop. They have power to get a court order. They have the power to say comply with this, do this. Our land development code doesn't require environmental phase 1 assessment, phase 2 assessments for any of our zoning classifications. At least I've never seen it in our zoning code. It definitely is not a part of a CUP process.
Right, but we didn't have all that information at the beginning to... I'm sorry, guys. We didn't have that information at the beginning to make that determination in front of us because it was omitted from our paperwork.
Yeah, I agree. It was brought up to me, and there wasn't full evidence of that presented. Again, it's not a requirement of the CUP code. It could be in a consideration, I guess. But you know, all we do is present what we had at the time.
But you'd have to be in compliance of state code, with our state codes.
What's that?
You would have to be in compliance of state code, which FDEP and we
I'll have to let Anita answer that. I don't think it was out of compliance because there's not an enforcement order on the property. You know, there was a recommendation letter, and in that recommendation letter, it said even with the change of use, if you continue to read on, and it says and if, you know, signs of contamination or other things, you know, I don't think it was just blank by itself. But again, with that said, even if you go to the DEP website, which is generally what we check, they have a map of contaminated sites or problem flagged sites. It doesn't even show up on that map of theirs.
Yeah, I think it's that FDEP expressly reserved the right to reopen the case if land use changes.
Correct.
Right.
Yep, and they can.
We did.
Yeah, and that's what I asked our environmental consultant. You know, we have this, you know, we're going from, you know, basically a raw piece of property to trailer parking, you know, for storage parking. and is that a appropriate use? So he's going to look into that. And actually, when you look at guidance for, and I can't speak specifically for this property, obviously, but if you look at general guidance from DEP, they recommend golf course, parks, and associated parking that goes with them and everything along that line. So it's not that far out of what DEP recommends for old dump sites. Again, I don't know with these specific things that were there, if that's applicable. That's what the expert's going to tell us. And, because otherwise we're taking bits and pieces out of hundreds of pages of documents to try to make different correlations. And I don't have the expertise to do that. And that's why I think I asked him, put it together, put a summary of your opinion of where the property's at, the things that have been done, and recommendations for the town council, so we can get a professional opinion. And I think this person has that pedigree to do that for the council.
Does DEP actively investigating this right now? Do you know?
My understanding, there's been conversations back with DEP, with the owner, and I think with Mr. Tomlinson, but the town has not received any official documentation or anything from DEP.
Okay.
Do you want to add anything, Anita?
Pulled up the requirements of what has to be submitted with an application for a conditional use permit, and it does not list in your town code that an environmental report or any DEP clearances or anything like that has to be provided. So that's not something that as staff we would have looked at and checked off and said, yes, he provided it, or no, he did not. It's not a requirement under your code.
And the only other thing, I know you guys, and we're kind of going back to that conditional use permit. Owner of the property also has use by rights. Again, DEP is a regulatory agency, and some of those use rights are a lot heavier use than what the parking could be too. Just logically thinking about that, from some type of heavy farming to row crops to animal operations that could go back there, to digging plants and things along that line. So because we do allow that under large parcels, under single family and houses.
All right. I have like two more questions here. So is there still, with all this going on, is there still business being had on this property? Like, are we?
He does not have authority to operate a rental facility yet, because he hasn't finished all of the construction requirements under the CUP. So my understanding, it's ongoing, and we'll inspect it when it gets to that point. Once it's ready to go to a certificate of completion, then he'll provide the town with the insurance that's required, the final documentation, the signage, and things along that line. So, right now, it's basically putting gravel and making sure the environmental swell things out there are down, the markings and things along that line. So there's not a lot to do.
So that's a no?
What was the question specifically?
Is there currently business being done on this particular property that we're talking about right here for the CUP?
I don't know what he's currently using the property for, honestly. I haven't been back there.
Okay.
He hasn't called for an inspection.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay, anybody else? All right.
And Carol, if
That's
you
the
wouldn't
update
mind
on that.
filling your...
Do you want to do the town manager attorney follow-ups?
Real quick, I'm sorry, are we doing a presentation? Is that what you were going to do?
No, I was just going to speak to the opinion
No.
letter that was received.
Because it was in our agenda for a presentation.
Yeah, that's later.
No,
No, no.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, this will just be the follow-up letter. So we're
Yeah,
just kind
this
of
is just
going to
another
get a
part
brief.
of this. No. The council's talking right now. I'll let you know when it's your turn. Thank you.
So at the last meeting, council directed that we receive an opinion from another attorney on the ballot measure that was adopted by the residents at the last election, requiring a supermajority vote when density is being increased through a comprehensive plan amendment. And so I hired Derek Schroth. He is board certified in business litigation as well as in local government law. And he rendered an opinion. I received it on Sunday, and I shared it with the council yesterday. In summary, his opinion was, so long as the annexation is coming forward contemporaneously with the comprehensive plan amendment, that a supermajority vote is not required by the charter amendment.
Okay, so the opinion letter said that the supermajority vote does not apply to the Bella Collina issue.
That is correct.
Okay. Alrighty, that was the direction she got. That's what we got. Anybody want to talk about that?
I'll just say thank you to council for entertaining that, and Anita, thanks for the clarification on that today.
You're welcome.
All right, let's go on. Now it's time for questions and comments on things that are on the agenda now. So if you have something you want to talk about that's not on the agenda, come on up and talk to the council.
Hi, Tom Kennedy, 16600 7th Street. I just wanted to ask, what is the policy regarding minutes from these meetings, when they're posted and how they're posted?
Can you answer that, Paul?
The minutes or agenda, just want to make sure
The minutes of the meeting, the statements of people like me and things that are said during the meetings.
Sure. So the minutes are taken, they're action minutes as according with state statutes, so it's not word per verbatim. We do have the video, you can go to YouTube if you want to watch word per verbatim, and we do record them. So they're generally summary action minutes, then they're presented in the following council packet for council approval, and make sure there's no edits before they become official minutes or records of the town.
Okay, but is there a time constraint as to when that's compiled and put on the website so people can read it?
It's usually put on at the fall, generally, if sometimes they don't get done, but it's generally the following meeting when you'll see the minutes from the previous meeting.
Okay, because I went on the website to look at the meeting, the minutes from this last meeting where this property proposal was discussed, and every prior meeting to that, before that, the minutes are available, but they were not available right after the meeting last time, and I just thought it was odd that that was not made available for people to review and react to, because we had such a big turnout and a lot of people were very passionate about some of the things on there, and I just was curious about that.
Sure, I don't have the specifics. I will have to get with our clerk to look at that. I mean, I know the month before that, we had a bunch that were behind just because we have when we get public records requests, those generally come in front of that, and other needs, plus, holidays came in and vacation and some stuff
Right,
kind of played in there. So that's been a little bit of our challenge.
I understand the timing of the holidays, but I had a neighbor that owns property next to me call in I wouldn't say quite it was a panic, but very heated, what is this all about? We don't know what this is about. It was almost as if they hadn't received any prior notification before this latest letter that was sent out certified. I wasn't able to determine whether they had received prior communications about the property, but because their lot is an empty lot, I felt maybe that had slipped through the cracks somehow.
Sure. Yeah, so notifications are sent to whatever the address is that's on the town assessor's website. So
Okay.
That's how we get those notifications. And again, if you have any questions on YouTube, they are available. Maybe Joe, you can help me here. I think they are available the next day or the night after the meeting they become active. I know you've looked at that more than I have.
It's
The YouTube.
YouTube.
Yeah,
videos?
the YouTube videos of the meeting. The next can go watch them. Is that
You can
correct?
watch them that night. I mean,
That night.
sometimes
Okay.
watch 'em that
Yeah, I didn't have time to do that quite, but just my neighbor that owns that property seemed generally confused about what was going on with this, as if they hadn't received any communications prior to this latest letter. So I was just curious about the meeting minutes, because when they called me and asked me about that, I went to go look and see if there was something on there that I could refer them to, and there was nothing on the website that I could tell them.
Yeah, they generally show up they're in this packet I was just told now, so they got published on Thursday last week is when they were made public. It was Thursday of last week because that's when they got completed.
Okay, when you say published, are they on the website at that point, or?
Yeah, so the last month's agenda.
Because I just looked at the website right before I came here, and they're still not listed on there.
Yeah, so the last meeting's agenda you'll find in the current meeting's agenda. So the last meeting, and they get published on the website after they're approved by
The
council.
agenda, I'm talking about the minutes, the,
Oh,
Correct.
it's-
I'm telling you, you'll find the minutes in the current agenda. We don't publish the minutes until they're approved by council. They have to come to the next
Like
meeting.
right now, we're going to be approving the minutes from the last meeting.
okay.
Then they'll go on after that.
It just seems like they should be available sooner so that people could review and respond to things that happened at the last meeting at this meeting.
Well,
That's,
they have to
that's
be
the,
approved, so we would have to have a meeting before this meeting just to approve it, so you could have them earlier.
okay, all right. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. Yeah,
So,
you were going to say something?
Is your neighbor law enforcement?
Why would that matter?
Wasn't there an issue at one point with, their addresses?
Yeah,
Not
generally, if
disclosed.
you're law enforcement or certain occupations, your address can be blocked from the assessor's
Nope.
website. But with that said, I think I know what you're saying. They just haven't been approved by council.
Yeah, they're just a property
Um,
owner like anybody else.
So I encourage if anybody wants to see what happened at a meeting, refer them. They can go right to YouTube and you can just Google Montverde Town Council.
Okay,
and the
but
next one usually pops
That's
right.
part of the point I'm making is they had no prior knowledge to this letter about what was going on based on my phone call with them.
But that's the letter that tells them there's an issue.
Right, but this is not the letter that I received back in November about the December meeting. This is the letter I got about, or gotten any information prior to the December meeting about the property proposals in the town.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Yeah.
So that's why I'm concerned that if there's nothing on the minutes for people to read about it, they're flying in the dark trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, they'll be
So-
able to read these minutes next week after, when we put them up, well, probably the end of this week.
Right, but at the rate things are progressing, it just feels like at that point it's going to be too late for them to speak up and say anything.
Well, they can come to meetings.
But if they don't know that this is happening in the meetings, they're not going to show up. If it
it's
affects
on-
their-
There's agendas too.
Okay, well,
you know.
that was all. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Tom Aldrich. I'm at 17648 Alfred Street. There we go. Used to talking, you think I'd speak up. I have a safety concern regarding the dog park. Thank you for it, by the way. We love it, and we're up there all the time. We frequent it almost every day. My safety concern is the fire hydrants that are in there as decorative, and they are a safety hazard. My dogs hit them twice, and the last time hit it hard, especially in the large dog park. And I was just wondering if there's any way that we could have, at least in the large dog park, that one removed, because it is a safety hazard.
Hmm.
My dogs play hard,
Yeah.
and they run hard. So, and I just wanted to put that out, and I was going to talk to you the other day when I saw you, but figured I'd come up and do it properly. But what's that? No, not when they're chasing the ball. But anyways, is there any way that those could be removed?
Completely up to council. I mean, you can chew on
Probably.
it and just call me or text me or email me later if you want, or
Yeah,
Yeah.
let us think about it and we'll let
Okay.
them
let me
know.
go take a look at it.
I'm actually want to put them in there.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, they look nice and they're decorative, but they are a hazard. So, and I'd hate to have an
Maybe we
emergency
put foam around them.
vet. What's that? Foam?
We'll
Yeah,
foam
put
'em.
some. But anyways, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good evening. Dr. Kelly Moore, 17029 Florence View Drive, Montverde, Magnolia Terrace. Couple items. I'll try to be quick about all these. One, Mayor, we had a conversation, I think it was last Wednesday, when I had heard we had put a request in to do a presentation last meeting, and the city manager said he was worried about the servers and he needed it to be screened. So my colleague, Bob Thomason, sent it to the town clerk, and it was received. And we had heard that we may not have time or something, so I called you, and we had a conversation, and I said, when are we going to have that presentation? And you told me it's not Mr. Lorino's call, that it's yours, and that we were going to have it during the environmental review, and not after the Bella cleanup. So I'm trying to understand how this town is serving the community when we have legitimate concerns that are serious that we brought last meeting, we were told because of the viruses and we didn't scan it, we had to wait to have it properly done. We went through the channels. We had heard, that, hey, it might not be shown. So I called you and we had a conversation about that. And then you told me, you make that decision and we are going to have it at the beginning of the meeting during the environmental review. I'm wondering why that is now fall by the wayside, because it's not only for the council and the mayor to see this presentation, it's for the community at large and the people watching us on YouTube.
Right. Well, I thought that would be okay. And then when I got with our attorney and talked about it, we were kind of leaning towards, do you want to explain the policy thing?
My comment to the mayor was that it really is the policy decision of the council. If you want to allow public presentations, and if so, what kind of guidelines you might want to, institute for such presentations. Do you want to have time limits? Are they allowed to do it during the regular general public comment section, or can they give it for each agenda item? And if so, is there a time limit? There's considerations like that. How far in advance do you want to see it so that you can make sure that it's something legitimate that should be shown in a public meeting? So I think we need guidance from the council as to if you want to allow the public to provide presentations, and what are some of the guidelines you would want us to bring forward for you to adopt.
So that's the answer I got. So that's when I was going to talk to the council about it during my time, but we can talk about it now.
Well, I think the council and the mayor and the city manager and the attorney have had plenty of time to look at the documentation. Mr. Tomlinson served on this council himself in 2004, and so these are publicly available records. This is nothing other than us doing some diligence that may not have been done by the town. And so I would very much like to see that at some point tonight before Bella Colina gets up here and takes up all the time. So that's one thing. The second thing I want to talk about is, I got a question for Carol. Carol, when the council and the mayor voted to approve the conditional use permit, it was based on information given to you from the Planning and Zoning Board, which received their information from staff, including Mr. Lorino and Mr. Parks. Knowing now that that particular property was known as a Fosgate dump, and currently it is under investigation by the Florida Department of Protection. Both the lady who signed this letter in 2021 that you all have a copy of, her name is Jennifer Farrell, and she's a program administrator for waste cleanup in Tallahassee. She has now made it clear that Jason Seifert here in Orlando, the body looking over the only authority to grant whether that property is clean or there is contaminants on there. In her 2021 letter, she says, please note, if the land use changes or new information confirms the existence of previous unknown contamination, or there is any substantial impact, it may harm the public health and safety. So I thought the job of the council is to ensure the public health and safety of our community. Carol, knowing what you know now, that this is under investigation, would you still vote to approve that condition use permit as you did on the information you were given by the staff?
Are we aware that that property is under any type of investigation through DEP?
The town has not received notice from FDEP, so we don't know.
Let me ask you a follow-up question. Is hiring a consultant, spending how much money, I don't know, two wrongs instead of doing the right thing, because the consultant will not have the authority to remove the potential liability to every council member themselves personally and the council, as stated by Scott Sweeney, who stated that because the town granted a conditional use permit, if there is a cleanup on that site, not only will the town, but also the council members may be liable. I'm not an attorney, but that was quoted to us by the state person. Now, a copy of these emails were presented to Mr. Loreno in 2024. And so when we looked at this application, omitting the 2021 letter, which Mr. Roberts is a officer of the company that his father received the letter. It's hard for me to believe by sending in a letter that omitted the context on his application wasn't in good faith. And I'm
Is
sitting
that
here,
your
I'm sitting here looking at, you were given this information over a year ago. You didn't act on it, but yet when I asked you at the last meeting, what research did you do? And you said you just looked at his own application.
Mr. Moore, is that your question,
I'm
sir?
appalled. So my question is, do you still support staff's decision to issue the conditional use permit?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So
Now,
at
that
that
was
point,
a lot of verbiage, and this whole thing in my mind
all right. So
two
so
things
you're
you,
so,
no,
so,
I'm sorry,
so
I
you're on
let
go
you
ahead.
go for, all right, allow
Go
me my
ahead.
response. Two words jump out in this whole thing, potential and if. All right?
So you're
Potential
going to
and if.
react later when there is liability on the town.
I'm going to let it unfold, and I make my decision as it comes along.
Do you feel that the town should reach out to the Florida Department on their own and ask what investigations they have commenced? Let me ask Mr. Roberts. Mr. Roberts, has Jason Seifert from the Florida Department of Protection reached out to you and asked you to initiate a ground penetrating radar of the site that's now accessible? If you have any conversation with the Florida Department of Protection on your property?
So, I mean, to answer your question, yes, I've been in contact with Jason Seifert, but no, he did not request ground penetrating radar.
Can you classify what conversation they're having, since this is an area which you are now not being stopped? The
He
town is
also
waiting for some
mentioned
consultant.
that letter from Mr. Sweeney, that someone from the department misspoke. So you should definitely check and ask him about that.
Wait, what are you
Wait a
saying?
minute, now we're going over 3 minutes. You're on your own time for 3 minutes.
Okay, so
Gabe, so it's pretty much done.
The last thing I want to
I
ask,
gave you 15 seconds, finish it.
Mr. Roberts,
haven't been notified
last
yet.
question.
We haven't been notified by the DEP.
Well, I don't know why our town has to wait for it to bite it in the ass. Why don't
Go
they
ahead,
check?
finish it up, finish it up.
Mr. Roberts, where's your current residence?
16004 Ridgewood Avenue.
Ridgewood Avenue. Are you aware you made a mortgage on a property in Howena Hills and you listed the Fosgate Road address as your primary address?
That was a business purchase, not a personal
A
purchase.
business purchase with your wife who's not an officer in the company?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All righty, thank you very much. Anybody else want to talk?
Robert Tomlinson, 16634 Magnolia Terrace, Montverde, Florida. Just so that we understand what we have in front of us here. I didn't really want to say this, but I'm going to bring it up. In that report, it does stipulate that 100% the Tower Chemical Company employees dumped DDP or DDT drums in the site where he is planning on putting the trailers on it. They're in the report on the PowerPoint that you all didn't see. It stipulates exactly where his sites are going for those trailers and where the trenches were made. And there was roughly about 5 trenches that were made in the dump. Please keep in mind, Carol, it was stated to you when he brought it up, I don't know anything about a dump in Montverde. That's what he told you. And from there, you went, I don't see a problem
Can
with
you
anything.
quote when I said that? I'm
No,
genuinely.
he's saying Paul said that.
I'm talking, Paul Lorino said that. Shame on Paul, because the town literally has in record that they brought on the DEP in 2005 to check it out, and it wasn't completed, checked out to be able to find those drums because there was a hurricane and the whole place was flooded. There were snakes, there were alligators, and it was too built up. Right now it is nice and dry and perfect for it, in which the Florida DEP will be going out. There will be magnetometers. It's going to be expensive because it's going to be on your pocketbook, no one else's. That's one. 2, I make a recommendation that what happened when I was a councilman here from 2004 to 2006, the town literally annexed in this property in that period of time. I believe the mayor at that time was Dale Heathman, and as me being a councilman, I knew nothing about the annexation of the property that you have right now. Your father didn't want to bring in the annexation of the 2-story home there that you're living in, correct?
I live at 16004 Ridgewood Avenue.
You live in there with your father and
Let me
everything.
give you notice, got 30 seconds.
All right, let me explain something to you. Your neighbors, not one, multiple neighbors, never see you there, ever.
Do they come inside? My
No,
truck's
no,
parked out front
here's
every
what they're
night.
saying. They say that you occasionally live in the 2-story and then you live with your wife and another resident outside of town.
Oh, someone lied
We'll
to
get
you.
to the bottom of it, okay? But
I
that's
encourage
that's
you
what
to.
it's
I
looking like,
encourage you to.
okay? So that's that. So the point that I'm bringing out is there is no cleanup information at all on cleaning up those drums. They are there.
Okay.
And they know they are. That's why they're coming back out and checking it out.
Okay, well, I can tell you that I personally have a resident of Montverde tell me that he was involved in putting them there, and he would say it in court and said any drums that were put in there were completely empty. I'm just telling you that because that's what he told me. But I got to call you on your time.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
Thank you, though.
good luck.
If I may, real quick, before we
Go
go
ahead.
on to the next person,
Go ahead.
is it, so anything that we get, I 100% agree that everyone should be able to see it, whether we post it online or whether we make copies. You know, at some point, I think anything that I touch that is given to me via email and it has to do with something that we're going to review or a future agenda, I think the residents should have immediate access to it as well.
Well, immediate is, we have to approve it, though, the minutes, before we put them out.
Well, for example, the presentation that's been or since last month, right? That could have been shown earlier today or before.
And I did have the conversation today about getting it up and running, but what came up is, okay, let's say, Bob does his today, and then John has one he wants to do today, and then Billy has one he wants to do today, and we have to say, okay, we need to have a policy to follow, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I misunderstood, a policy we have to follow for each and every single one of them. And I did call 2 other cities that I know very well, and they do have policies. I said, okay, so why can't we just get the policy? We might be able to do it tonight and come up with a policy that we all agree on what a person has to do to come in up on their 3 minutes and do a presentation. And part of that policy obviously would be to give it to us early, which Bob did, so we can make sure there's no bugs or anything in anything we do. So that's where we're at right now, is to come up with a policy and put it out there to the public when they want to do that.
And I agree with the policy thing, but can we make an exception right now so that way they could kind of get it up there and just have everyone online see,
Well, I don't know.
Announced at the last meeting that they could show it. I mean, that's the thing. That's sort of the transparency aspect for me here, where
Well,
they
okay,
did say that.
I'll do it, but I'll do it at the end of the meeting. How's that? Do we have it even? I don't even know if we have it.
I got it.
Yeah, I don't mind showing it. That's not the problem. I already saw it and read it 5 times. I don't really, it's got stuff in it. But when you read the whole thing, not just the stuff that's highlighted, it changes the whole way it comes out. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jim. Just real quick, council, just so you know, and I've said no a lot of times in past to PowerPoints. Generally, the only PowerPoints I've accepted is from applicants on quasi-judicial when they're presenting their evidence for a land development case or things along that line, because usually they're prepared by the attorneys or engineer to help in your decision making. So, as a part of anything quasi-judicial in the past, that's when I've told them to email me the PowerPoint, then we'll put the slides in, but I do keep them on time limits. Just from my training in the past, really the big consideration is you as a council, if you're going to allow them, you can't regulate a lot of the content that goes in them. There's certain things, obviously, you get obscene things, but you know, someone wants to share their IA stuff or their vacation videos. Who's the council say that's not important for them to share with you? So we're gonna have to kind of think about that a little bit when we have PowerPoint presentations, if you want to allow that. Then the other thing, just as the big consideration, is you're gonna have to consider the time, because PowerPoints generally take a lot of time to go through a PowerPoint, you know, usually 30 seconds a slide. And we didn't make it through last month's agenda halfway through, so we got to be cognizant because we do have town business that has to get done too. So, you know, there may be some different ways to do that, where we have certain meetings where people can do presentations to the council a couple times a year or something. There's a lot of avenues we can explore, but I think that's the reason. I just want you all to be cognizant of it, and I would like a policy so we have direction as staff when you want to do that, and where on the agenda to do that so we can get through town business, because there are certain things that we're restrained to under statute, especially land development stuff. We have a lot of timelines. If we don't get things approved in a certain amount of time, we end up paying the developers money back. And we got to be careful on that, things along that line. So I'll leave it at that.
Now, we're going to do a workshop in 2 weeks, right?
Yes.
Yeah. See, that would be the time to discuss it, the policy, how to do the policy. Because now you guys can go home and think about what you want to add to the policy. So that might be something.
Which is fine, but my thing is that if a resident wants to speak at a public meeting and their form or their channel that they prefer to do it is through a presentation, and we say no, we're censoring that person.
Well, we're not saying no. We're saying let us see it before you put it up there.
Which we saw it already.
Right. But what I'm saying is we don't have the policy in place yet.
But we can make an exception.
I'm thinking about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that too, because again, I'm just going to fall back on what I said before, which is that the transparency aspect of it. We told them, you know, we made a big thing that we got to, you know, you have to send it to Paul, and I agree with that, by the way. I do agree that Paul needs time to look at it, you know, for viruses or whatnot. I'm not saying that, you know, you wouldn't even know how to do that, but, you know, for our own safety, we need to do that. But
No,
we did
I'm
tell
not
them
trying to hide anything. We're
Nope.
going to show it. I'm definitely not trying to hide anything. So don't use the word transparency, because I'm not trying to hide anything.
Okay, all right.
It's just that there has to be a way to do it, and do it the same way every time. Am I missing something, Anita? Okay.
I get what you're saying.
I want to make
I
sure I'm
understand.
saying it right. And correct me if I'm wrong, anybody.
No, I
But
agree.
it has to be exact same way every time, or we pay the price later. And to wait another 2 weeks, it's not going to change what's in the ground, if there's anything in the ground. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really trying to be fair about it, because I don't want anybody to leave here feeling they didn't, you know, I didn't understand them and they didn't get what they deserved. All right, let's keep going. Anybody else want to talk to the council?
Jim Peacock, 16549 Lowry Road. Can I ask a question about the last item, the town manager and attorney follow-up?
What?
You didn't give a chance for the public to speak. How much did we pay that third-party attorney
For what?
for that opinion?
Anita, can you answer that?
I haven't received the invoice yet. The discussion was in the $3,000 to $10,000 range, but I don't know what the final invoice. I've requested it and I'm waiting to see it.
Okay, we have a town attorney under contract who's given us excellent service for many years. Yet we hire an outside attorney to confirm her opinion. That's basically what happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay? That is not a good way to spend the taxpayers' money. And if you council members who voted that, please consider that in the future. That it was a total waste of money. Okay?
I appreciate you.
Jim, do you mind if I respond to that? Not only I hired an attorney out of Orlando myself, out of my pocket as well, to get another opinion.
That's always your choice.
Correct. I know. I care about the town, and that's why I did that. And again, I appreciate council for supporting that.
The town should not be spending additional money to hire outside legal counsel when we have one of the best already under contract, in my opinion. It was a waste of money. Okay. I live on Lake Florence. I've lived there for 30 years. I have monitored the water quality for over 20 years. The last couple of months, we've had some major algae blooms. I have received numerous phone calls on this. I took water samples from the east end and the west end to the Lake County Water Lab and had those analyzed. I had passed out some paperwork to the council members and some of the lakefront members. I don't know if anybody else wants one or not. Just wanted to go over that real quick. We'll only take a couple of minutes. And I numbered the pages. If you look at page 1, you'll see there's 3 categories: the nitrate, phosphorus, and nitrogen. The nitrates are the nitrogen that's entered into the system through fertilizer, septic tanks, various things like that. You know, the phosphorus, that's already in the water. The nitrogen itself is the nitrogen that's naturally occurring in the lake. Okay, so the total nitrogen was the 1.5 on the east end, 1.4, page 2 on the west end. Phosphorus, if you see the numbers on the phosphorus, okay, these numbers are not bad right now. They're a little higher than usual. If you look over at page 6, the water lab also has been sampling this water for many, many years. So they've got a threshold, a base to go by. So a circle of the threshold for the nitrogen is 1.05. We're at 1.05 on the east end and 1.4 on the west end. A little bit higher over there. But again, they tell me these are not concerning numbers at this time. Okay. And the same with the phosphorus. The threshold is 0.03. The phosphorus on the east end is 0.051 and 0.0449 on the west end. Again, a little higher than normal, but not concerning. Okay. I've had also FDEP came out and took samples of the water and the algae. There's actually 2 algae blooms in the lake. One is the brown scummy stuff that floats on the surface, and another one is, I call it cloud algae. It's beneath the surface of the water, and it looks basically like a cloud, and there's a lot of that in the lake. I've never seen that before, and that's what really bloomed this winter. And again, winter being very unusual for algae blooms. Okay. After speaking with FDEP and Florida Water Lab and some other people, Lake County Water Authority, if you recall back in October 26th, where we had the huge rainstorm, the one that washed out the roads over the Mount Dora area, that was a huge amount of rain in a short amount of time. We're thinking that it just overwhelmed the surrounding area, washed all the nutrients and trash into that lake, because the blooms started immediately after that. And the blooms are still there. Been told to keep an eye on it. If they don't dissipate in a couple of months, we may need to consider some algaecide. But that's something that's another story altogether. I've been assured that they're not toxic. There's no toxins being produced by either algae. So just something we've got to live with. In contrast, one of the tests I do is a Secchi depth test, which is I lower an 8-inch white disc into the water until it disappears and record that depth. For many, many years, I've been getting 3, 3.25, 3.5 feet before it disappears, which is not good. The last 2 or 3 months, I've been getting around 4.5 feet, which is a big, big improvement. But we have algae in the lake. So a little bit contrary there. So actually, the clarity of the water is actually improved this winter. But we still have the algae blooms. I personally am not real concerned about those as long as they will disappear. I believe I was out on the lake last week, and it seems that they are starting to dissipate some. So just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. I've got copies of the report here if anybody else wants some. Oh, and also Lake County Water Authority has a website. It's called the Water Atlas. That's where some of this information came from. You can always look at. FDEP also has a website called Algal, A-L-G-A-L, plural for algae, dashboard, that you can look at the lakes, including Lake Florence, for algae. They track algae blooms through that. Okay. So,
Great job.
any questions on anything of that?
No, we appreciate you doing all that work for the town.
And I'll keep an eye on things. If anything changes or we need to take any further action, I'll definitely get back with you on this, but I'll keep an eye on it.
All right.
The lake is safe for use.
Yep.
So that was one of my big concerns on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I sure appreciate your help with that. Come on up.
I wanted to thank Mr. Peacock for being a steward of our money regarding the consultant for the attorney. That was expense we don't know yet. That made me think of, wouldn't it be easier for us to contact the Florida Department of Protection ourselves? Because the question I have is, how much are we spending for this consultant
Kelly,
to tell
you
us?
already
That's
were
just,
up.
I want to
All
know
right,
that
come
number.
on.
How
Come
much
on.
money?
See,
He was
you said
asking
thank
that.
you. You said thank you. Thank you for coming up. All right. Anybody else?
Farmer Banks Helfrich. I live in the Clay Road District, South Lake County. Farm tip of the day. There are two types of crops, one perennial, the other one annuals. Annuals you grow every season, or usually can make it almost a year. And did you know that eggplants and peppers are perennials? Mayor, council, distinguished guests, Banks, why the bucket? Roughly 200 years ago, every single one of us had a bucket, not a Tractor Supply plastic bucket. No, we had a leather bucket. In fact, we were all part of the volunteer fire department, and we would help put out fires. Today, now, actually up in Tallahassee, they are talking about eliminating property taxes. What do property taxes pay for? Basically, they pay for police, they pay for schools, roads, they pay for libraries, parks, and also fire services. So let's just break down what they're going to do, or the options that are available. The first one is to eliminate property taxes for those over 65 years old, which is great if you're over 65. It will force the millennials, the X, the Y, the Z generations to not particularly like the boomers, or if they don't like them, they definitely won't like them then. The second one is to eliminate property taxes for those who have been in their house at least 10 years, which is great. However, that does put a burden on first-time home buyers. Another one is to increase homestead exemption to $200,000, $250,000, which is actually a pretty good plan, and it's pretty equitable across the board. Another one is, and these are other states that are doing it, it's not an elimination of property taxes, it is a decrease, and that is to freeze the property taxes on homes when you buy them, and they only go up 1% to 3% depending on inflation, but they always go back to the original cost. I would like to throw in this, and that is, if we eliminate property taxes completely, Lake County would have to cut their budget in half, from $200 million to $100 million. So what are some of the options that are available for us to get back the revenue? One is to put tolls for non-Florida residents, to increase the tolls there. Another one is to eliminate tolls for all Florida residents, which would, on average, save about $600 per person. Another one is to increase consumption taxes, 2 to 4%, possibly. And then the fourth one is to, yes, what is the fourth one? The fourth one. It escapes me at this moment. There are a lot of projects, a lot of ideas that are up there in Tallahassee now. However, in this room right now, 9 out of 10 of us do not like to pay taxes. However, 10 out of 10 of us love what taxes do for our services in our community. My mom always said, you pay for what you get. So in the meantime, Tractor Supply has these buckets on sale, $4.99 for one, or $8 for two. Keep your eyes open for what's going to happen next. I am Farmer Banks Helfrich. Thank you for allowing me to speak. May you all be blessed.
Thank you for coming, Farmer Banks. Anybody else like to talk to the council about topics not on the agenda? All righty, let's keep on moving here. How about town manager? Do you want to give any reports here?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor, Council. So, Council, in your packet, as requested, you'll find your grant tracking sheet. So that's on your first page under Town Manager's Report. And just a couple of quick facts on that. To date, the town has received and spent $2.6 million in grant funds on various projects. And we still have $34.5 million, which doesn't require any match, of grant money left. Impact fee report is also in your packet. And highway patrol report and fire rescue report is also in your packet. Just a couple quick updates. As you know, Sandy has been working with FEMA on our various FEMA claims. She was able to talk, since we have different people all the time, she was able to get FEMA to come out and reevaluate the Truscott Park. Through the process, they went out there and said there was only $10,000 worth of damages out there. And we were like, no, try $500,000 or better. Long story short, they did come back and reevaluate, and they're going to work up a new estimate to send over to the town for repairs of the boardwalk out there. So we got that process going. In addition, we received our first payment, which was $47,000 from Hurricane Milton back. This was pre-hurricane money for us for the town prepping for Hurricane Milton. So it included all of the staff overtime was reimbursed to the town, all of the town's equipment usage, fuel, things along that time was reimbursed to the town for an amount of $47,000. The next amount we're waiting on is the cleanup money. It's kind of in the last stage of review, which is just a little bit under $250,000 for the actual cleanup from the hurricane. I want to let you know I been attending town manager meetings monthly where all the Lake County managers get together and we kind of bounce ideas off each other, kind of talk about issues going on and ways we can help each other and work with each other's. Two things that the managers are going to be working on this year, just looking at the different costs that are hitting towns and obviously trying to be good stewards of the town's money. The first is a health insurance consortium, where we are going to look to see what it would look like if all of the cities and the county, maybe even, but definitely all the cities would go together and get the purchasing power of one big corporation to purchase health insurance for all the Lake County municipal employees, thereby maybe reducing, and some cities have even done this in other areas where they opened up their own clinics, free clinics for the employees and things along that line. So we're, almost every city's agreed to participate in that discussion, so we'll be doing that. We're also going to be forming just a property tax group. We'll know in 60 to 90 days for sure kind of what's going to come down with the property taxes, with the legislation, if anything. And so the group is going to kind of look at options for various things so we can still fund services for our community. Some of those options that were mentioned, they do away with taxes, but basically they still leave open the door for towns to shift money in other places. So it's kind of in a blanket essence, so where that you still do assessments or different fees for things, so it's just kind of a shifting of funds, but not all of them. Some of them's a complete elimination of everything. So we're going to explore those, so at least council would have some options going forward. The Florida legislative session has kicked off. Started Monday for their 60-day. I did send you an email with all the topics. If you'll check your emails of things that are concerning from Florida League of Cities that may impact towns. There's a lot of bills that are pro-developer in there that take a lot of rights. Even a huge one called the Blue Ribbon. If you're a huge, large property owner, you can just develop and avoid the cities altogether. So there's some interesting bills out there. So I encourage you to kind of stay up to date. Every year, some of those ones get across, and there's also some concerning stuff with utilities that are in there as well. Finally, I just kind of want to give you an update on some public work projects coming up. Pretty well Public Works is dedicated to Montverde and all the events we have coming up in the Christmas. So we're finishing, that group is finishing up cleaning up the Christmas project. They started before Montverde and have been finishing. They've been going around grinding sidewalks down where we have trip hazards where they can be grinded. We have a lot of sidewalks this year that we're going to replace. I was hoping to get into them last fall. We just didn't get them, but we're next 2 weeks. We're going to get out. There's a large amount in Mag Terrace that we're going to hit, probably a good 30 sections or so that have to be replaced because they're starting to become trip hazards just from the roots. And there's some on Porter and a couple other places we're going to hit. So I just want to kind of let you know there'll be some projects coming up, and we'll also be looking at some of our spring projects, some of the road projects. We always try to hit whatever roads are crumbling, hitting first to do some pave overs. We have some small sections that need some help in town, so we'll kind of reevaluate those and hit the worst ones first. That's all I have. Be glad to answer any questions.
I had a question in reference to FHP here. Do you have county stats? Because we're using county occasionally.
I haven't really used county much. I only, so usually I use them like when school starts, to get people slowed down when the school starts and things like that, or for special events, or if the highway patrol is just gone for weeks at a time. And just to answer your question, on their stats, with the exception of maybe 1 and 2 deputies out of the 20 I had, it's usually a 12-hour shift with 5 cars pulled over and 1 to 2 tickets. That's the average. But they're there and visible. And they do patrol the neighborhoods a little bit more.
Okay, I had one other question here as well for you. In reference, the last meeting we had, I think her name was Dana. She had come up in reference to the impact fee, her impact fees. Are you able to update us on that?
Yeah, so I did review with the attorney. It was kind of down the middle. The town definitely had the right where we didn't have to waive it, but looking at all the back and forth and the inconsistency and the stuff that was on the website, I went ahead and approved the waiver between those 2 different fees. I'm going to let her pay the 2024 impact fee.
What was the difference? Do you know?
I don't have it in front of me. I can get it to you and shoot you an email. I don't want to just throw a number out there.
Okay. And then the last thing I had is right before the meeting, you and I talked about it, and that's in reference to all the binder and the paper and all of that. Can we maybe look at a plan for that to start replacing, the paper route?
The route?
This is.
Yeah, it is a lot of paper and time, and there's definitely some technology we can use. So, Mr. Morelli, that might be a great thing to bring up for one of our workshops and kind of see what council would like to do with that. Okay. I don't think staff can do both scenarios, but we could definitely, if council wants to try a different scenario, a different way of doing it electronically, we could definitely talk about that.
All right, next workshop. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Alrighty, that's it. When are you going to go through these? That you handed out. The utility area, the JPA.
Oh yeah, that's on the JPA discussion. That's later in the in agenda. Yeah.
Just making sure.
And also, council, I didn't go over any, just for time, any of the capital projects. If you have specific questions, I'll be glad to answer them anytime during the meeting. So, but I'll pop them up there real quick for the public to see as we talk.
Alrighty, you don't want to go through any of your projects here?
I'll be glad to answer any questions. I didn't think for time wise if you wanted to.
All right, just for the big projects.
Sure.
The water, when we finally get that back from DEP, we're going to be replacing most all the fire hydrants in town, correct?
Yeah. So. Quick update on that. So DEP is reviewing. We're finally getting communication back from DEP, so it's being reviewed. So they've been asking for some additional documentation, some things. So I'm hoping to get that facility plan done. The projects include a new water tower, 350,000 gallon elevated water tower at the Stretcher property on Fosgate and 455. It includes an LFA well, a UFA upper redundant well, loop piping for the areas where we have some water issues. There's some areas on Mag Terrace. Redoing the line down on Gladys. It's only a 2-inch line. Connection between Porter and Lakeside's another line. So we have no fire hydrants down Ridgewood as you head toward the trailer park, and we have houses down there. So we're identifying those. Then one of the projects we have is the older fire hydrants that would qualify under the capital program, where you can replace those. We also have the ability, when we did our last impact fee, we capitalized our water system out and created end-of-life scenarios where our consultant said for some of those things that have fully been capitalized out, we can use impact fees to replace some of the hydrants as well. So that might be something we're watching as this thing's been going through DEP. Prices have been soaring everywhere. Steel especially has gone way up since there's been tariffs on steel and things along that line. So, some of the purchasing power has been delineated a little bit. So we have a full project, but we do have other funding for hydrants and things as well.
Alrighty. I was just thinking about something to throw it out there while I'm thinking of it so I don't forget about it. If we're replacing a lot of the fire hydrants, maybe we take the one that's in the middle of the dog park, put it against the fence, and put 3 or 4 more against the fence so we can't hit it.
We can make a
Because it's right in the middle of the dog park, so
yeah.
Maybe put them against the fence. Just kidding. Okay. Alrighty. Move
Oh,
on.
and you want an update on the storm project too?
Oh, yeah, yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead. Yeah, yeah.
So all the stormwater projects, again, we're still in DEP review for the Silly Plan. Again, they have started asking for some supporting documents for some stuff, so we know we're finally at least in the queue of getting review. We have not started any, even though you approved design work, we have not started any formal design work outside of the planning documents because we want to make sure DEP is okay with the project because that's how that engineering is covered. So I'm kind of waiting to get a little feedback from DEP. And we have started a conversation because DEP, some of the delay at this point is on DEP, and we're starting a conversation to see if we can get some extension on both of those projects, so we're not under a time crunch. Because if I recall right, we're down to like 14 months under these grant agreements, and that's not realistic anymore. When the delay has been DEP, they've had our water facility plan since April in the review. And it's every city. They're struggling. Every city's struggling to get it reviewed.
All right, thank you very much. Anita, do you have anything? Alrighty, thank you. Sean, do you have anything for planner? I'm sorry, Lisa?
That's okay. I can give a brief report. We processed about 25 applications in the last month, zoning applications. The typical types, single-family homes, pools, fences, that
How's
sort
the
of thing.
Wednesdays going with the,
It's going well. It was a little bit quiet over the holidays, but according to Patty, we may have some visitors tomorrow. So,
okay, good.
yeah, it's going well. Thank you.
That was a good idea you had. Alrighty, how about our county commissioner report?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and public. Nothing to report. We're just waiting to see what is done to us in the terms of erosion of home rule. Now that the state legislature is in session, and I hope they do good things too. I don't want to be negative, but we'll watch them over the next couple months and participate as best we can to see what good or bad comes out of it.
Is
That's all I've got to
that
report.
true? It's 50% of your income?
We
That
will
sounds
lose, at the latest proposal, we'll lose $100 million, the county will.
That's a third.
It's out of property taxes, we'd collect about 240, 250 in property tax, so it'd be about $100 million. We would have to, well, basically we would have to, most of everything goes, as you know, most of our general fund goes towards the constitutional officers. So the sheriff, which we really have no ability to dictate the sheriff's budget, as well as many of the other constitutional officers. So they would have to cut back. So we would have to literally shut down the county, because our county budget that's in the round building, what we do is really only 20% of the entire budget. It used to be, a couple years ago, it was about 22%. So, you know, that's going to be eaten up entirely through the loss of $100 million if that proposal passes. So we'll wait and see what happens.
And fires in your non-ad valorem?
Well, fire fees, and then there's ad valorem, for that as well. Yeah.
So what's the total budget for the county?
Well, when you factor in pass through and reserves and assets and the way the accounting is done, we're actually about $1 billion budget. But that's a shocking number. But remember, the way that the accounting rules, at least for counties, I'm not sure what it is with cities. We have to look at assets and put that into the budget as well. So it's about $1 billion. But really, most of the revenues that we collect to operate and maintain the county come from property tax. The sales tax, the additional penny that the voters approved in 2015, that is, we get about $35 million a year off of that as well. The cities get $35 million. The school district gets $35 million approximately. So you all would split that 35 of the cities amongst yourselves. We get gas tax. We get as well as tourist development tax. That's heads and beds, which really, unless you're staying in a hotel, nobody even pays that. That's at 4%, and that's only about $2 million per year.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll
Sure.
move on to our town council. Brian, do you have anything? Carol, do you have anything?
Just a quick follow-up. You had mentioned the iWorks app for the website. Any more information on that?
Yeah, while I was on vacation, Iman has beginning collecting bids, and she's still waiting on one bid, I think, from Civics Plus, and then we're going to look at the app stuff and see what's the best scenario for the town. We weren't able before the end of the year to get the actual iWorks one done, just because there was some legal language we went back and forth with. So we're going to have to get their attorney and our attorney to go in and have some discussion about how to work on some statutory language that's required to put in that they don't want to agree to. So we're kind of struggling on that.
Any chance that before we actually turn it loose to the public that the council could kind of beta test it? And see
yeah, most definitely. I mean, we'll beta test it for a while. So yeah, you could be the guinea pigs. So that'd be great.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mr. Morganelli may have to help me with that a little bit on the beta test.
And that is why I suggested council.
Okay, Grant?
Just looking for an update on the flooding issues on Lakeside.
Sure. At the last meeting, I mentioned our engineer mentioned, and I mentioned that they were going to look into kind of what was going on out there. So we were waiting for the as-built to be turned in by the contractor. When the as-built were turned in, there were some discrepancies of a few things that weren't built per plan, and so we're making them correct those. I mean, we're talking like inches, but they're going to go back in. For instance, the detention pond, I think, is going. That's probably the biggest. It's going to go down a foot to help take care of some of those discrepancies there. And there's a few things. For instance, they were supposed to saw cut a hole into the drainage to allow the water to flow through. That's over across from Mr. Stone a little bit more as well. So yeah, they're going to be out there. I know they've already done some of the work, and they should be out there to finish that up here in the next week or two. And we're still holding contingency funds until they get that completed.
That it? Okay. Alrighty. I don't have anything, so we'll move on to beginning balance was $4,439,669.70. Ending balance is $5,203,930.90. We're going to move to our minutes for October 14th. We have a consent agenda with everything under it. And it's 2 minutes, one for October 14th, the other for December 9th. And I need a motion to accept it or deny it, or any problems that you found in those minutes.
I make a motion that we accept under consent agenda the October and what is it, December?
Yep, 9th.
9th, yep.
I have a motion, need a second.
I'll second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against
Aye.
say nay. Ayes have it. We can move on and start off with, these are all second readings. And the first one is ordinance number 2025-59. If you wouldn't mind reading that, please, Anita.
An ordinance of the Town of Montverde, Florida, amending Section 10-13 in Chapter 10 of the Town of Montverde Land Development Code relating to minimum lot size for property annexed into the town, providing for codification and severability, providing for the repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date.
Alrighty. Do you want to give any definition or anything on that, Anita?
This is just changing the minimum lot size. It previously required newly annexed property to maintain a lot size of not less than 1 acre. And this would change it that any property annexed after January 1st of 25 that's used for residential purposes and developed as part of an existing residential subdivision can develop lots less than 1 acre, but they cannot exceed 2 residential units per gross acre.
All right. Well, I'll start off and open it up to the public. Anybody in the public want to talk about this ordinance? All right, I'll bring it back to council. Any discussion on this?
I have a question. Everything that goes in the comp plan, or even the land development code has a purpose, correct? I assume. I guess my question would be, and I don't know who could possibly answer this. I don't know if Mr. Mayor, you were around, then, or had any, I guess, knowledge of when they changed it to that March 7, 2000, when they wrote that language in, as to the reasoning why. Why was that written in?
About the 1 acre?
Yeah.
Yeah, I happened to be on the council at that time. In 2006, the Osgood property had a section of it that wasn't in Montverde yet. And Glenn Burns made the motion to do that, to annex everything in at 1 acres. And I feel that he made that motion, and it's, you know, it's a long time ago, but I can still remember that he wanted to slow the building down. So that little exercise would slow the build, that property being sold and developed, which Glenn was really against anything that happened. And the council said okay.
So essentially, it was just a controlled growth
Yep.
mechanism, essentially.
Yeah. And that's my opinion of why he did it. But, you know, we went through quite a bit of conversation about it back then. And, you know, it worked up till now, but, you know, after being here for 20 years, I can tell you that there's a PUD, for example. Then you do a PUD, and it changes everything. You know, and that you'll see, you know, as you go on, you'll get more and more involved in it, and you'll see it. But when a developer wants to do stuff, if it makes sense for the town at the time, it makes sense. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But back then, it didn't make sense to bring it in at a half acre. Does that help you?
It kind of does. I guess I was just trying to work through this. So essentially, we're bending the rules for one specific development is what this change is doing.
So if you want to describe that better, Anita, please.
I mean, the parameters, as it's being described, would apply to any existing subdivision if there were land next to it that could be incorporated, that is not currently within the town boundaries. So I'm not sure that there's really a lot of properties it would apply to. I don't know if there's property adjacent to Magnolia Terrace that's not already in the town that this could apply to in the future, but it has to be land seeking for residential development that's next to and is going to be incorporated into another community that's existing.
So in essence, basically, this wouldn't pertain to anyone else in the future. There's really not much.
It's unlikely that it would apply to anyone else.
And that's something that might honestly be worth revisiting at one of the workshops to see if you want to keep that, because we've been kind of focused on half-acre lots in town and trying to keep that half-acre density. So that'd be something the council may want to look at in the future. And also we'll be talking about our JPA, which also has some more restrictions where we're going to try, if someone wants to annex town, they have to keep that kind of zoning designation that they are in the county, and Anita will kind of get into that a little bit later. So there's definitely a conversation I think it's worth having on it in the future.
Does that make sense?
But it primarily applies to this property right now.
See, for me, just let me throw it out there. For me, these maps are great for this project. This is Mount Bird right here. This is our 180 district, all the way to Oakland, all of Ferndale. So when you look at this, you'll see Bella Colina more or less blocks everything coming this way, because they're in between Lake County here and Mount Bird. And then over here is Lake Apaca, obviously. And then over here, we did the interlocal service boundary agreement last December, if I remember right. And that became unbuildable unless it was already pre-plotted. Correct me if I misstate myself, but if it's not pre-plotted under 5 acres, then to build a house, you have to buy 5 acres at least to build a house for 20 years in there. And Mineola, Claremont, Lake County, Mount Bird, and Bella Colina all agreed to sign that. So that's 20 years done. We just finished a whole year. So there's 19 more years of that agreement. So for me, the only property, looking at this map, the only property that could fall in that right now, and I'm not real sure about that, because I don't, this isn't part of the Ferndale Preserve area. I mean the Ferndale area, which is Vista Verde and all that. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. Yeah, I wouldn't think you would know.
I think that's our 180 service district where
This
we
is the
where we can
180,
service
but I'm
utilities.
saying, was the Vista Verde and all this area over here on Fosgate, on the other side of Fosgate, is that part of the Ferndale Preserve?
No, I don't believe so.
Right, so that's what I'm thinking too. So that's the only area right now that would stand a chance of being annexed into Montverde and have to follow that rule. Because everything else, Bella Colina's not gonna annex into that whole thing into Montverde. I'm not gonna annex in Lake Apaca, and we can't annex in Ferndale for 19 years. Does that make sense? Or did I mess that up? I'm trying to make it real simple to understand. And Paul could explain this to you better, you know, or I can explain it to you. Not around, but probably be better if he explained it to you. And just in case, I won't break no sunshine law.
Yeah, no, you're fine, Mayor.
All right. All right, so that's it. Any more discussion on that one? Oh, okay, come on up.
It didn't seem like a hard no answer. It left open possibilities. My question, and the mayor and I have discussed this in the past, is the lake property is roughly 10 acres. That's right by the water tower. And for some reason, if it's under 10 acres, it wouldn't fall into this. But the possibility was if the lake property and the property across the street, the orchard, part of that was put together, you'd have roughly 15 acres, and then one of these could apply, and then you could see homes that are under a half acre. Is that 100% incorrect? And can you give me 100%?
Where's the property?
Okay, so the water tower, Lake Street, the vacant property that was going to be the sewer
Yeah.
is still vacant.
Okay.
If at some point that land was bought, sold, taken, whatever,
Okay, I got it. It's
can
in
we
town.
add that with the orchard to get over the threshold that they could then argue, we want to go less than half acre because you did it here?
Well,
Is there
I mean,
100% that can never happen?
And that's inside, go ahead and explain it.
I don't know what the orchard is, but the property where the sewer plant was going, that's owned by
Lawyers.
the Hunt's the Hunt family, those properties are already within the town limits.
Right, anything that's in the town limits.
Is R1?
Yeah,
is-
so
Is in the new charter agreement.
Yeah.
Anything in the limits.
So it's currently R1L, which is a maximum density of 2 units per acre. Any increase over that, they want to go to medium density, would require a supermajority vote of the council.
That would require 4 out of 5
And that's what the
council people
charter
like we
covers.
passed.
So they
Okay,
can't
and
do
then,
that.
so there isn't this, you add the property next to it, and you can kind of get
No.
around that. That
This is
doesn't fall.
specifically for a property being annexed in that's adjacent.
If we're
to a
going from 1
property.
acre to 1/2 acre roughly,
Mm-hmm.
that's what the vote coming's going to be about. How is it that the PUD will allow Bella Colina to put in the 60-foot lots on that? Because we're waiving this first requirement so they could get to the PUD? Is that basically how this works?
No,
I mean,
there's
can Bella
certain-
Colina go forward if this is a no?
Come up.
If this stays at 1 acre as it currently is, then will they not be able to build any homes other than 1 house per acre on there?
Not
Or
with
is
their
the
current, not with
the
their,
PUD doesn't matter?
Yeah,
This
not
is
with the current plan.
irrespective of theirs.
No, right, no.
yeah. The existing 58's already in the town limit with property rights up to, you know,
I
2
got the
units per
58.
50.
I got that. I'm talking
Then
about this
y-
10-acre piece, this
Then-
parcel.
Then it would change the PUD.
It would change the PUD.
Yeah, that's
So
correct.
they need this to get the PUD, is what I'm understanding.
That's probably correct. I would say yes.
Okay?
Mhm.
In the agenda items, it talks about 114 homes. I thought we were looking at 100 last time. Before you get to that, I just want people to understand, we're not going to approve this, and then all of a sudden, they revert back to 114
No.
when the discussion
No,
was
we'll,
getting closer to
we'll
100.
get to that, and they've actually reduced,
No,
but we'll
it's
get to
coming
that here
up here.
shortly.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
you're
you so
fine.
much.
We're okay
Yeah.
there, don't worry about that one.
In council, just so you know, we kind of did a quick little calculation. There's a little bit of tip of the small lots, but the 10 acres that are being annexed in has 10 lots on it. So just so you know, that the density of that is 1 unit per acre almost, but it does take in a sliver of some of the lots on the other side of the road, but not much. But it's basically kind of conforming
You can see it on the map.
Yeah, you could kind of see it. So
it's
it's
on the
not, it's
map.
not like there's going to be 20 homes on that 10 acres. It's going to be 10 full lots on that 10 acres and a road and detention.
Approving this, I'm trying to think how I want to word this correctly. Approving this doesn't force us to approve the PUD.
Every one of those resolution ordinances is a separate action,
thank
so everyone has to go through.
It's
Yep.
definitely separate.
Okay, thank you.
All the way back.
This is just kind of a process that needs to go so we can get to the next process.
It has to be in a certain order, but it's separate.
My concern is just that we weren't boxing ourselves in here
No.
somehow. That's, thank you. Okay, thank you.
No. Okay. All right, well, we did public, we did the council. Does anybody want to make a motion for 2025-59?
I'll make a motion that we approve 2025-59.
Got a first, need a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Against, say nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it. All right, we'll move on to, if you would, please, Anita, 2025-46.
An ordinance extending and increasing the corporate limits of the town of Montverde, county of Lake, state of Florida pursuant to the voluntary annexation provisions of section 171.044 Florida statutes, annexing 1.82 plus or minus acres of real property not embraced within the present limits of the town of Montverde, providing for findings, providing a legal description and a map, directing the town manager to record certified copies of this ordinance after approval with the clerk of the circuit court, the county manager of Lake County, and the secretary of state of the state of Florida, providing for conflicts and severability, providing for scrivener's errors, setting an effective date.
Alrighty, so you want to just give a recap, Paul, real quick on what we're voting on?
Sure. Yeah, Mayor and Council, what I thought I'd do, I know we got a lot of resolutions and ordinances in front of us, but it's all related kind of to the same thing. So I thought I would just kind of go through and do a recap of the entire project. We can take our public comment if that's okay, Mayor, on the whole entire thing. Then we can go through the resolution ordinances one by one afterwards. So we don't have to keep repeating the same thing. So this piece here, I'm going to jump through that here, is this is our annexation piece where they're bringing in those individual lots. The 10 acres, just under 10 acres, is joining the 58 acres. So that's the annexation piece of this puzzle. The next is going into the PUD concept plan. So we had the first public hearing. This is all these are second public hearings. This is the second public hearing. And there was some back and forth with council. Council asked for certain things, and I sent it to you. The developer has come back and responded with those. So the original plan was 114 units maximum. They brought it down to 102 units after talking with council on that. So they reduced the whole thing down to 102. Our code allows 2 dwelling units per acre. Their last plan was brought in at 1.6 dwelling units per acre. This is 1.51 dwelling units per acre. They've, on lots 1 through 90, and I'll let you guys correct me if I say anything wrong, on lots 1 through 90, they increased the lot width from 70 to 75. On lots 91 through 102, they increased them from 60 to 65. So reduction in density, increase in lot sizes from their original plans. Still large open spaces throughout the project. MagTerrace HOA did come up and make some comments about trying to create some more open space. Actually, the original plan they showed with staff had the lots, almost all the lots butted up there. So now we have about a 200 and, jump over here, a 200 and something foot, 300 foot distance between the property lines there, and they increased the 20-foot buffer. They agreed to make it a heavy landscape buffer, trying to leave as many of the oak trees and original trees in there as possible, and also adding both oak trees and various smaller trees in between the oaks to create a good buffer between MagTerrace. Again, that's just kind of shows you that PUD again. You know, again, 102 lots, the total 67.5, 1.51. There's your lot sizes. 41% open space they're providing. Sean, can you tell me what the code requires again? Is it 25%? Am I thinking right? Our code requires 25%. They're giving us 41% open space on the lots. I included some of the house styles. They're using some of their builders that they use on the larger lots. I think at one of the early meetings, they kind of said starter homes were $1 million+ or something like that line. So they're building homes that should hopefully help the property values of the neighbors nearby, you know, with their using the existing builders that they're using on site. One of the last concepts I told you that we had to work out was the kind of the alternative water supply. It's not really feasible because for DEP and the distance for them to get lake water to use for irrigation. They have agreed to put in separate irrigation meters along with the potable meters so we can control the flow of what's going to irrigation on the site. So they'll run complete separate lines for irrigation, complete separate line for the potable meters and the irrigation meters, so we can monitor that separate. In addition, as you know, really the only option we have is looking at our LFA well, which we're going to get most of that grant funded, not all of it, but most of that grant funded. They've also agreed to contribute toward the town's water system, which is not in the original packet, which will be a separate agreement, $204,000 to the town to help cover those reuse irrigation waters that we have. So that's something new that wasn't presented. So that's a summary. I know you may have some additional questions, but I just kind of want to do a quick recap of where we're at and be glad to answer, our staff's here to answer any questions if you have them.
No, I don't. Do you guys have questions?
I have questions for the applicant.
Yep. Oh, the applicant will come up here next. Yeah, he'll be coming up next.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure you didn't have anything for staff.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, so
Actually, I guess I do. I don't know if this would be for them or for
Sure.
staff. So in one of the traffic studies in here, there was a mention. I think you guys had made the suggestion, or I don't know if it was a requirement or not, but there was a turning lane on Ridgewood to get into the development there.
Yeah, so I can follow up on that. Right. So we referred to whatever Lake County would require, that we would make the applicant required. Lake County has made it clear that they're going to have to put turn lanes into the development just because of the traffic patterns, and developers aware of that, and they've agreed to that.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions, Brian?
Now, when you say turn lanes, from which entrance exit? Is it on both, or?
They'll have to kind of coordinate with the county, but for sure, if you're going Ridgewood from the roundabout up, they're going to have to put a left turn lane to get in, because that's the traffic. That would be the traffic jam, where I could see that at 3 o'clock, where people are picking up their kids from MVA and cars are coming down that would back up the roundabout. So they would have to do that, and I believe they're also requiring it on 455 as well. So both left turn lanes on both entrances.
I thought I saw also for the right turn lane as well going in. I thought I saw that in there.
Did they require a right, Sean? You'll have to.
Yeah, I know that they're going to address both those entry points, and I would say most likely it's going to be both. Yes.
Yeah, some type of deacceleration
to make
lane.
it safe. Yeah, you have a pull off to the right, and then a left turn lane as well.
All right. And the reason I'm asking is because we have golf carts coming up later, and that's going to be
Yeah.
we have during that.
Yeah, I mean, good point.
All right.
Alrighty.
Oh, and I do just want to point out, in the PUD ordinance, we did have one error in there. We had the sidewalk going to, Lisa helped me out with this, from Tavetta, or we had the wrong road on there.
Right. What's in there currently is Veta Road. That the sidewalk ends at Veta Road, but it actually should end at Heatherwood, which is the entrance to the community.
Yeah, so we had it going down through the wetland and everywhere else. So that was just a typo on our part. So we'll correct that in the, we'll ask for an amendment on the PUD ordinance or correction on that.
Okay, so you're good?
I'm good.
All right.
Sorry, the applicant, yes.
All right, so let's go back. Would it be all right to, Renita, if you could read 2025-46 for us?
We probably need the applicant to come up, Mayor, and
Oh, you think?
and public comment.
Oh, you want to?
We
Okay,
have to,
come on up.
yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Town Council members. Jonathan Hewells with 215 North Eula Drive, Orlando 32801. It's appreciate the opportunity to appear before you again on this project. As you could see from Mr. Loreno's summary, we've been hard at work since we saw you in December to make the changes that were discussed with you at that meeting. At that meeting, we brought the unit or the home count down to 105, but once we, and also committed to increase the lot sizes from 70 to 75 and 60 to 65 in width, but ultimately that translated into even a further reduction in the homes that could actually be fit into the plan. It's a jigsaw puzzle, really. When you start playing with one thing, it leads to other changes. But we're happy with the project as it's come out. We're happy to present it to you this afternoon, or this evening, I should say. Everything that's been put on the record we concur with. Lake County did come back in the interim period with a preliminary review, and they said that we're going to require left turn lanes at both access points, and so we can agree to that. And as we said, we've already worked out with Mr. Loreno how to the funding for the LFA, the Lower Floridian Aquifer well that's going to be needed as part of the consumptive use permit renewal. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Would just ask the opportunity to potentially address any comments from the public after the public comment period is done.
What are you forecasting your sales number for your houses?
Hard to look into the crystal ball, but it's going to be similar quality as what's being done on Balsina Drive, as you could see over on Lake Sienna, and so it's going to be, I'm sure, top of market.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I appreciate you guys putting the time and effort into the redesign and knocking off a few extra houses. Thank you very much for that.
What's the roundabout? What's the homestead exemption in Montverde? In Bella Collina per house? Just a roundabout number. Is it 50% homesteaded?
How many?
You know, I'm not going to hold you to it. Just give me a roundabout number.
I would guess about 35 to 40%.
Homestead? Okay, so worst it's 50-50. So in my little mind, we're going to get taxes from 50% of the houses that are being built if the governor goes through with everything. Because they're not going to be homesteaded.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot of games to be played up in Tallahassee before we know what's going to come out. But
I just got to take the worst scenario.
I hear you.
Okay.
I hear you.
Yeah,
But
so, okay. I don't really have any questions. You guys have?
Oh, I have plenty. I don't know if you guys have probably less questions than me. You go first because I have a few pages worth of questions. So
I actually have less questions than that this time. So
well, maybe he'll cover some of your questions.
You had mentioned left turn lane. I just wanted to ask about the right turn lane again.
it's not designed yet. I mean, we're gonna go by what Lake County says. If it's warranted, we're definitely gonna put them in. So, but they have the jurisdiction over that.
Okay.
Right away.
When you were here at the meeting, council sort of, I think Councilman Roberts mentioned it, and it was a discussion, and we sort of said 100 houses, and you're at 102. So it's like, can you find? I mean, I'll speak for myself. I'm a big proponent of a half acre per house. So for me, seeing 100 houses, it's a concession for me to make that for me personally. So having said that to you, you're at 102. Personally, I'd like, why can you not get down to 100 like we had asked?
I know that was part of the comments, but honestly speaking, the density's right now less than 2. It's 1.5, 1.51. That's come down from what was out, I think, 1.68. So it's dropped a bit, and it's really just making a cohesive plan. I think we've done a good job. I think what we committed to at the last meeting, based on the discussion, was 105, and we've gone less than that. You know, we're very close to a critical mass here in which the project's got to pencil out. There is a significant amount of grade that's going to be challenging for the property to be developed. I think the plan does a good job of balancing a well-designed plan that has plenty of green spaces and utilizing that grade where it's best to be not developed. But we're at 102 now. We'd love for you to support that. Like I said, that is really at our critical mass to make the project pencil out.
And I have, I guess, one other question. And when I have residents that ask me in reference to this project, I'm trying to come up with something. What is it that our residents are getting for this, for approving a PUD versus R1?
I mean, we had a lot of discussion on it at the last meeting. I'll briefly cover a couple of the points. One, obviously, is it allows for a design like that's being presented now. If we're just going straight zoning and we're trying to get the density we need based on the performance standards, we're going right to a site plan, and there's not going to be as many green spaces as there is presented here. I think with also a big part of discussion that we talked about, and also the buffers, right? Going through a PUD gives you certainty on where those buffers are located and where those preserved areas are located and what the size of them are, and they exceed what would otherwise, at least along the shared boundary with Magnolia Terrace, what would be required by your code if we were just simply going through for a subdivision plan. Something very significant is the ability to have this community gated through a PUD. You're unable to do that through straight zoning. And what that means is that all of the roads behind those gates is going to be maintained by the HOA. That comes off the town's ledger in terms of a maintenance repair obligation moving forward. That will be on the HOA. Having said that, there's no tax break. They're going to be paying full freight on all impact fees, which we heard at the last meeting have significantly increased in the town year over. And so the town gets to enjoy those revenue sources and gets a part of what otherwise would be a town obligation taken off. Another thing it provides certainty to, and what we've heard from Magnolia Terrace, was the location of the wastewater treatment plant. They wanted to make sure that it was going to be fixed in pretty much stone of where that's located. This PUD plan does just that. This property is going to have to be moved forward, and later on the agenda is actually the preliminary subdivision plan or preliminary site plan that follows the next step, but it has to be consistent with the PUD plan. And if that's to be changed, it will require to go back to this before you for that change. It couldn't be done based on the discretion of town staff to do so. So I think it provides some certainty by going through the PUD process of exactly what this project's going to look like and address those concerns. And I think come up with a very thoughtful design in terms of where the homes are located and where the open space buffer areas are located.
The green space you're mentioning, Mike, oh, you guys can't hear me, sorry. All right, so the green space that you're mentioning, who's enjoying that green space? Like that's because it's behind a gate, so technically none of our residents are actually going to enjoy that. Whereas if you have Osgood, for example, that green space is something where all of our residents can walk through that community. They can enjoy that community. So that's what you're mentioning. Green space is a positive, and it is to some extent, but not for all of our residents, I guess.
Just to be clear, a lot of these open spaces are going to be passively amenitized, right? But I think what's important when I keep talking about the green space and open space is the buffers to the adjacent existing neighborhoods. It is absolutely utilized to dampen whatever effect there may be from this community coming in and changing what's been out there and is existing today. They always say buffers make better neighbors, and that's, I think, true with this plan. I think it's been designed in such a way to really limit whatever those effects may be once this property would be developed. And I think the PUD, once again, gives you certainty of what those buffers are going to look like and how they're going to be maintained in the future.
Okay, one other question I have for you, and that's, you had mentioned, or maybe Paul had mentioned this one, trying to leave the original trees. Mm-hmm. How do we ensure that you are leaving the original trees in that section up there that I'm looking at.
Well, I think it starts with a tree survey, which it would be required prior to any sort of actual approval from the town to physically go out there and start construction. So that will be the cataloging, right? And then it's working with town and town staff and the town planners on identifying which of those trees can be saved, which ones make sense to be saved. And that's something that is not done in a vacuum where the owner gets to decide. It's going to require the approval from the town on how that looks like.
Thank you. That's all I have for you for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, do you have?
All right, so I guess I'll go back to the traffic study. Do you happen to know which edition was used for this traffic study for the trip generation manual?
I don't have that in front of me,
Okay.
but it was reviewed and approved by the county, which is in charge of those roads.
The only reason that I asked that is because I did notice that the traffic study did state the 11th edition, and that's not the latest available edition. Now, the comp plan does state to, anything that has to do with the trip generation manual to use the latest. So I was just wondering as to why, I guess what happened there.
Well, it could be that we've been at this project for over a year. So we started back in, I believe in 24, but probably the first part of 2025 when our applications were actually submitted. So it could be that that addition was what it was in controlling at the time of application. And in my personal experience, I can't speak to how the town approaches it, but oftentimes there's a lag between when a jurisdiction moves from ITE transportation versions. When they're not initially published, they don't move right to the 12th edition because they're all familiar with the 11th edition and how the methodologies work in there, and when they're actually reviewing and working with a project team, a private project team, on what the methodology on that study is going to be, they'll sometimes continue to adopt that. That's my experience, but I could tell you that there will be additional studies required before the county approves any driveway permits into the project. And if the county has moved on to the next edition by then that will be the edition that controls any future studies for the project.
But the information in the trip generation manual could potentially impact the numbers that are in the traffic study if a newer edition is used, I assume.
Correct, yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Another thing the traffic study didn't address is the truck traffic or any heavy vehicle impacts or just any heavy vehicle counts. Is that something, I guess, not intentionally looked into, or is that, I don't know what's common practice?
Well, I'll just put on the record, I'm not a transportation engineer, but I'll tell you what my understanding is that, and you're referring to like construction traffic for the initial build of the project. My understanding is that the transportation study would not look at that impact or those trips because they're temporary in nature. It's the actual end use that is typically evaluated as part of what a study looks like. And once again, just to be clear, that there is a process in which that study gets prepared. There's a methodology that's approved by either the county or the town that is followed when it's prepared. So it was done through that process. So.
Okay. In the traffic study, I did notice, obviously, there's factors that are adjusted for seasonalities, et cetera. Now, one thing that the traffic study can't account for is other developments that are near us. So, for example, the Osgood property, 130 plus houses. This traffic study is nowhere near even looking at that, even if there is an adjustment, a factor, adjustment there for seasonality or, et cetera, but it's not going to, I guess, account for those things. So in 2 years, the numbers are going to be skewed greatly. So I guess for the future ones that you guys have to do, like, would that be, I guess, included or at least brought into somehow to account for that future demand? Because it's not just a regular 3% growth year after year. Osgood is obviously going to push that percentage growth far out than the normal. So I just didn't see anything in that traffic study that accounted for those things. So obviously that's, one of the biggest concerns that we have going here is the traffic.
Well, and I think we tried to solve it here by putting on the record that we're putting in I think where that would be come into play, at least at this stage where we're at the map change and not at the final design, and we're not at meeting transportation concurrency, which doesn't happen until plat or for a single family residential subdivision. We've looked at it in terms of the functionality aspect, and I think by us committing to putting the turn lanes, left turn lanes, and certainly on the record, and right turn lanes if they're required, should resolve those issues for where we're at in the entitlement process, which is at the annexation, comp plan amendment, and rezoning. So
Another thing that I did notice that there's going to be sidewalks, obviously crossing the street at both entrances on 455 and Ridgewood. Now, from a safety standard or from a safety perspective, obviously Magnolia Terrace at the bottom of the hill, obviously finally we got a crosswalk there. Now, we're going to add 2 additional crosswalks, one on 455, which is obviously heavily traveled, and so is Ridgewood. Now, from that aspect, I guess, when does it get addressed as to how those sidewalks are put in and accounting for like the sight distance from the vehicles and, where the crosswalk is actually going to be? Like, when is that, I guess, addressed?
and, are we talking about, just to be clear, are we talking about actual pedestrian crosswalks across 455? That's going to be determined, correct me if I'm wrong, but by the county who controls that right of way, and it will require their authorization
So
to do
Mr.
so.
Rubio, if this gets approved tonight, and it's kind of where the Osgood's at in this thing, the next step for them is to do under a code, what's called a final development plan. And for instance, the Osgood's one, I believe, it's like 400 pages. So those are the actual engineering plans. And those engineering plans then go through where they get reviewed by our town planner or town attorney. Our town engineer, we usually meet and talk about what needs to be done. They also get approved by Lake County. So they look at whatever their standards are for the traffic, for the road conditions, like on 455, my guess is they'll probably require the flashing lights, just because of the traffic that you mentioned. So the next step is for them to do full engineering plans, and that's when they apply whatever the standard of the jurisdiction for what they're doing, the minimum standards are, and then they do those engineering plans. Then all of our staff review them, and then it'll come back to council for the final, I guess, rubber stamp per se on them. So it's kind of here's the outline, and now they got to write the book if this gets approved.
I think that's it for the traffic side of things. In the presentation, all the homes that were shown there are 2 stories. Are there going to be any single-story homes? And if so, what's the count on the single-story homes?
Most likely not. I think the product that the owner is proposing to bring here, and we talked about this at the last meeting, is this. It's very similar to what is on the east side of 455. If you're driving north on 455, it'd be on the right, and it'd be on the north bank of Balsina Drive. So very similar to those homes, and it's illustrated well in Mr. Loreno's presentation. So mostly 2-story homes, if not exclusively.
Are you familiar with Magnolia Terrace and like the Morningside houses? Like, I assume you've driven by and seen it?
Yeah, I've driven by, yes.
Do you happen to kind of, I guess, notice if we have a lot of 2-story houses or single stories? Like, by any chance, like, did that stick out to you?
They're mostly there's single
stories? Okay. Now, from a compatibility side of things, yes, it's within the parameters of the density. Yes, it's within the parameters of the, the acreage and all that. But if you look at the Morningside houses, they're all single stories. In Mag Terrace, there's maybe a handful of, kind of 2 stories. How is this being compatible to Montverde, to the rest of Montverde? And even throughout here, there's not many 2-story homes. So how I guess, like, how is that compatible to that? It's compatible. Justification is, the acreage, the density, but it's not really compatible with the rest of Montverde. It's a bunch of 2 stories. And then the next thing to that is the 2 stories that are going to back up to Ridgewood. We're going to see that. Right now, if you drive down Ridgewood, you're going to see hedges on, basically blocking Magnolia Terrace. And if there were two-story homes, you would see it even with the hedges. So was that accounted for, I guess, anywhere in this? Or, I guess, thought through?
I will tell you, I'm, I'm not sure. I think the analysis by staff was compatibility with use to use, which it certainly meets that factor. And once again, I'll harken back to why, based on your comments, why a PUD really makes a lot of sense, because there are buffers, vegetative buffers, put in place that if that was a concern for you or someone else from the community, there's 20 feet buffer along Ridgewood that's going to be vegetated to I guess, dampen whatever sensitivity someone would have to a two-story home.
And larger lots, I assume, would do the same thing, right? If there were larger lots, it would...
Not necessarily, because you have setbacks. I mean, you could push those homes right as close as you wanted to. If it's a half-acre lot, a 1 acre lot, that's you
Sean
still
and
have a
Lisa,
building envelope.
How many homes in Willow Ridge are 2 stories?
How many homes in Willow Ridge? 234.
How many homes are 2-story out of those 234?
Many of them, I mean, probably most of them are.
I would say quite a bit of them. I would say 70%. And it was really because of the developer. But we did make him put some.
And if it was straight zoned, you would have no control over, I mean, to that point, I mean, those homes could very well be pushed up, right up against, no buffer provided on Ridgewood, no buffer provided to Magnolia Terrace, and no buffer beyond the minimum required against Morningside.
It's interesting you mentioned Willow Ridge. I actually, this past weekend, spoke with a few residents over there, and they expressed that they wish that their lots were actually larger than what they are. So it's actually interesting for that. And I actually forgot about it until you just mentioned it.
For the rest of Bella Collina, I assume they're bigger lots. I assume more than half of Bella Collina are bigger lots, or doesn't have to be like...
About half, yeah. But there's 65s and 75s and there's 40s and 50s in Bella.
Yeah, the golf side is really tight.
Yep. Paul, would you mind coming up and put your name on the records, because we are recording? I apologize. And
I've
the
sold
clerk will record it.
homes in there. On the golf side, they're like 45 by 140.
Hi, Paul Simonson, 16690 Cavallo Drive, Montverde, Florida. Bella Collina is comprised of about 860 homes, 868 homes, or lot sites right now. The golf site has over 400 of those, and those golf sites are comprised of 40-foot lots and 50-foot lots right now. And then on the estate side, there's another subsection, which is the homes that we're depicting here on this presentation. I believe there's 70, 80 homes that are 75 feet wide. So then the remainder of the estate homes are in the 100-foot width. Lakefront and preserve, yes.
All right, so I guess the next subject,
Also, thank
this one I think you're gonna need assistance from, I guess, someone else. It has to do with the sewage plant. So I don't know.
Well, why don't you ask, and then we'll take it from there.
The current sewage plant that Bella Collina has, I guess, how big is that sewage plant compared to what's being put into this one, into this PUD? Is it half the size? Is it quarter of the size?
Well, it's 870 homes, he said, so it would be, this one's for 102, and the other one's for 800.
Well, yeah, just a comparison, to get a
That's
visual
huge,
as to.
yeah. It's massive.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
And I'd also recommend the hills of Montverde, their sewer plant, which you can go drive back there. We have a access easement. It's for 91 homes. It's probably going to be near identical to what this is. My guess is probably Mac Industries, probably the same one too, would be my guess. So you could actually see the actual plant that would be there if you want to drive up there and look at that. And I'll be glad to take you there if you want to go look at it in detail.
Okay. Now,
Hi, yeah, my name's Jim Boyd with Boyd Environmental Engineering. Address, okay. Jim Boyd, Boyd Environmental Engineering, address 175 West Broadway Street, Oviedo, Florida 32765. I'm the design engineer for the wastewater plant. I'm also the design engineer for the Bella Collina plant, so I'm perfectly capable of answering your question. The existing Bella Colina wastewater plant is 225,000 gallons per day treatment capacity. This one's going to be 30,000 gallons per day treatment capacity, so it's way less in terms of size compared to the existing plant. Of course, that has to do with the number of lots that it serves. You know, there's 100 lots here. There's over 800 lots on the rest of the Bella Colina property.
Okay. And then as for the current sewage plant, so it's going to be 102 homes. Where does that put the sewage plant in regards to like usage percentage? Is it going to function at 70%, 80%, or?
Well, the existing plant is going to be actually probably we may have to eventually expand the existing plant because over time the plant was designed back in 2004, and since that time there's been additional lots added to the primary Bella Colina project. The Santa Tower project was developed. So DEP has rules about when you're supposed to expand the plant. When you get to about 50% capacity, we're not near that yet on the existing plant. You have to propose or you have to plan for, okay, what expansions may be necessary in the future. And you go through that process with DEP and you provide the necessary information, and then when it's necessary to expand the plant, you do so.
Something that I didn't notice on any of the drawings is lift stations. I guess how many lift stations, and I guess when is the location dictated for those lift stations?
The lift station will actually be located on the plant site itself. Everything's going to gravity flow down to that lift. The lift station is at the lowest elevation, basically, on the property, which makes sense. All the wastewater can gravity flow to that station. So everything related to wastewater is going to be on that site.
And just so everybody's clear, there's an arrow going down to the wastewater treatment plant. Where that arrow is, roughly where would that lift station be? Where the end of the arrow is?
It's probably going to be inside the rectangle.
Inside the rectangle?
Yeah, at the beginning of it. Okay. Because the sewer lines will come down through the streets, obviously. Then the sewer line will go down that orange access drive. And then once it reaches the actual plant site, that's where the lift station would be.
Now, for the actual plant itself, I think it was mentioned that is a closed system. Can you explain like what that is?
It's not much a closed system. The plant itself, Mr. Lorino's probably accurate. It's probably going to be a MAC-type plant with precast concrete tanks. I think the enclosed portion that you're referring to is how the raw wastewater is dealt with before it actually gets to the treatment process. From that lift station, which is enclosed, any other lift stations that you've seen, it'll be pumped up into what we call a static screen. That static screen is going to be a 3/16 stainless steel enclosure, completely enclosed. From there, the wastewater flows into the remainder of the treatment process. The screenings are going to flow down a chute into a bagging system, so that's enclosed. So those screenings will be enclosed, and then once that bag's full, it'll be tied off and put in the dumpster.
Now, how often, I guess, is it going to be like a special pickup or what?
No, there'll be a dumpster there. So, I mean, it'll be probably like a normal pickup, once a week or whatever. Probably don't really need to be that often. It'll depend on what we end up determining based on what we experience there.
From a cost perspective, I'm just curious, how much is this plant, like roughly, just
I think the budget, Paul, you said was like I roughly $1.5 to $2 million in that range.
And that's
but we have it obviously still in the conceptual stage. We'll go through detailed design during the final engineering process, and at that point in time, once we have the full design, then we'll do an engineer's estimate, and then we'll send it out to bid, and at that point, the actual price will be established.
And then that $1.5 to $2 million, is that also accounting for like the drain fields or?
Yeah, no, that just includes the wastewater plant itself. The rapid filtration basins, which accept the treated effluent, I don't believe that. I think that's going to be an additional cost, but those aren't terribly expensive.
Okay.
Now, I will say this plant, because it's located in what they call the I'm saying that wrong, Ocklawaha, okay, BMAP area. I've already coordinated with DEP, and this is going to be essentially an advanced wastewater plant. It's going to have to treat the total nitrogen down to 6 milligrams per liter, and the total phosphorus down to 3 milligrams per liter. So that's obviously an environmental benefit. the whole issue with septic tanks and the impact of having an environment. DEP, their regulations have evolved to the point where they're really focusing on nutrient loading. So this plan will be designed to, be very advanced in terms of that nutrient reduction.
Is there any additional, I guess, measures that have to be, I guess, followed since it's so close to wetlands?
Well, I mean, the plan itself, it won't have any impact on wetlands. The rapid filtration basins themselves will have to have monitoring wells installed. They have to be sampled on a periodic basis to ensure that we're not having any adverse effects on the aquifer nutrient levels. DEP has certain criteria you have to comply with, so we'll be required to do that. But we're not impacting any wetlands. It's all land applied.
And then how often, I guess, well, I guess, can you walk me through the whole process of the plan itself, like at least this one? Is it going to be someone on site, or a person has to come there X amount of times throughout the week, or obviously they have to check levels? I'm assuming it's going to use chlorine.
Yeah, I'd be happy to walk you through it.
Please,
Okay,
please.
sure. It's kind of nerdy, but we'll get into it. I mentioned, I've already mentioned the headworks with the static screen. From that point, the first treatment process is what they call an anoxic tank. It's a tank where the wastewater is introduced with the biological process. Essentially, a wastewater plant's a bunch of bugs eating the wastewater. Essentially, is what it is. And so the anoxic tank, designed for that, is the purpose of that is to reduce the nitrogen. The nitrogen is in the water. It's in a nitrate format. There's what they call denitrifying bacteria, and they essentially convert the nitrates to nitrogen gas. Okay. From that point, it goes to the aeration process, where again, it's where the bugs are processing the wastewater, treating the wastewater. Then it goes in what they call clarifiers, where you separate the treated effluent, the clear water, from the sludge. That sludge gets recirculated back to the anoxic tank. It's a cyclical process. Now, over time, you build the population of the biomass, or the bugs, and it has to be wasted. So you have what they call a sludge holding tank, where that tank is held. Now, some plants will have on-site sludge processing, which can be an odor-causing process. We're not doing that here. We're going to keep that in an aerated tank, and then when the time comes, we'll have vacuum trucks come in. They'll haul that sludge off-site to be processed off-site. So
How
that
often
won't be
is that
happening
done?
here. That all depends. Usually like once a month you have to do that. It depends on how big you make the storage tank, but it's usually about once a month, every 2 months perhaps. You have to go through that exercise. Very, very common practice. From the clarifiers, the clarified water then goes to filters, where it's further, any remaining suspended solids are removed in the filtration process. Then you go to chlorination, you mentioned. We're going to be using sodium hypochlorite, liquid sodium hypochlorite, so there won't be any chlorine gas on site, which could be a safety hazard. And then once the filtered effluent is ready, then it'll just gravity flow to the rapid filtration basins and soak into the ground.
As for the life cycle of the plant, can you, I guess, go into details about
Yeah,
that?
so many precast concrete tanks, they have like a 50-year life. Now, periodically, you have to replace the pumps, the blowers, anything mechanical. It usually has like a 20-year life cycle. So it's standard practice. You maintain the equipment. When it gets to the point where it needs to be replaced, you replace it. And this is all regulated by DEP. DEP does their inspections on a periodic basis. If there's anything that's not meeting their requirements, you're required to comply. And also the question about the operator, that depends on the size of the plant. It's really DEP dictates that. I don't know at this present time what they're going to require. But whatever they require is what we'll do.
Okay. Now, for the operations and maintenance costs, I guess, and I'm sure it's kind of hard to say what that's going to look like in regards to electricity, obviously, like you said, replacement parts, etc. I'm sure you're going to have to refurbish it at some point, if not replace it. Like, do have any, I guess, insight as to what that running cost is, the operation side of
Oh
things?
gosh, that's really a tough question. I mean, it's really, I mean, it'll, whatever it is, it'll be taken care of. I can confidently say that.
I asked that because I did go through the Bella Colina, their budget for obviously the water plant and then also the sewer plant. Some of these numbers are a little bit scary, which is why I'm asking all these questions. So, for example, testing and analysis is 25 grand for the year. I think they ended up somewhere around 21 grand. Sludge disposal is 15,000 for the year. Utilities, it says utilities. I don't know if they mean electricity or not, but it's 110 for the year. Now, I do understand it's a much bigger plant.
Yeah,
But
that's also, because just so you know, there's 2 water plants and a wastewater plant. So those numbers are reflective of 3 different facilities. Again, the scale of this plant's much smaller.
Okay. And then I also did pull up some of the expenses. It's labeled expenses, and it has it itemized with sewer lines. But some of the costs, for example, let's see, pump replacement, 25K. There was another pump for 13K. These are all expenses that Bella Colina did incur. Let's see.
And keep in mind, that plant's been online for about 20. I mean, it's been, like I said, it was originally went on, it's a design in 2003, 2004 timeframe, went online in like 2006 timeframe. It's been online for 20 years.
So you would say,
So I mentioned to you, I think maybe the more of the recent expenses you're seeing is that we've reached the end of the life cycle for that mechanical equipment. So you're seeing the impact of that at this point in time, 20 years later.
So I guess it's safe to say that as the plant gets older, the expenses go up.
Well, I mean, it's like a periodic thing. You know, you're not replacing every piece of equipment every year. You know, you'll get that first cycle that we're experiencing now with the main plant. Now we're going another 20 years, and there'll be another cycle that you go through with respect to those more higher expenses.
In regards to like the hazard insurance, I guess, can you explain as to how, I guess, what would a policy even look like, I guess, for something like that?
Hazard insurance, that's not my bailiwick. I mean, we're obviously required to have all necessary liability insurance. You know, there's operation, you know, you develop an operations and maintenance manual. Part of that is safety, you know, plant safety, that sort of thing. But there's really, like I said, there's no chlorine gas on site. There's really nothing necessarily what I consider hazardous with respect to this plant.
Now, for this plant specifically, I know you did mention regulate basically if you need to expand the plant or not. So when these are initially designed, they're designed to always be able to expand, or?
Well, that's the beauty of using like the precast concrete tanks. It is, if necessary, they're like incremental. It's pretty easy to expand. And then you kind of, when I design it, I'll look at it and with that potential in mind to make sure we have adequate room to do any necessary expansion. But this is like a much small. This is like serving the 102 lots. I mean, I'm going to design it to support this project. It's going to be adequate to support this project into the future. There's really, I don't see anticipating any need as far as this project is concerned to expand it anyway.
But in theory, though, can some of the houses on the rest of Bella Colina tie into this plant?
No.
So that's not
completely separate.
When we were involved with the Hills of Montverde and also when we were looking at our own town sewer, my guess is that's what DP is going to do. They design the plant to a certain percentage, plus they have to keep extra. And both the Hills of Montverde, which is the same size, they made them put in a completely whole separate redundant plant next to it. So there's basically 2 plants operational. In case one went down, it could handle the full load of the other one. So I assume that's what's going to happen here when they go through DEP.
Well, actually, what I'll do is what they call class. I'm going to design it to a certain level of reliability. So there's not going to be just one clarifier. There's not going to be just one filter. You design it so that if you lose a tank, you're still okay. That's how you design redundancy into the process. There's going to be, if you need 1 blower, we're going to have 2. If you need 2 pumps, we're going to have 3. That sort of thing. So if you lose, a particular piece of mechanical equipment, you can still operate the plant efficiently.
Now, just curious, like, why weren't septic tanks considered? Just
I don't think it's be compatible with the development plan. I will say, I just mentioned the nutrient limits. This plant's going to provide an effluent that's far superior to what any septic tank effluent would be. So I think it's an environmental advantage that we are doing a wastewater plant, particularly if we're having to meet these stringent nutrient standards.
okay. Well, thank you on the spec side of things. I think I'm done on that end. In the documents, it does state that this plan is going to be turned over to the town to own and maintain. So, looking at some of this cost, yes, you're getting tax revenue because you have 102 lots, but that's going to wash out with some of the costs that you have to put up for this. And as it gets older, so do the expenses. At some point, you got to replace it. And I'm sure with the future cost of money, it's going to be more than 1.52 million. So, I guess from that end, has the town looked into what that's going to look like? Staff, obviously, we're going to have designated staff. If not, then we have to hire a third party, I assume, that are more experienced and familiar with this, or?
Yeah, it's because, again, it's probably the same plant as we have at the Hills of Montverde, and we could have some initial costs. The contract operator is going to be $1,500 a month. They're the same ones that do our water system, so they're certified both in water and wastewater. I have Will down. They're actually currently doing a wastewater study rate analysis that includes the cost for both plants. And whatever it costs to operate, including town's time, staff time, repairs, maintenance, O&M, everything, replacement reserve, that's going to be the rate that they're going to pay for the sewer. So if it's $80 a month or $500 a month, the reality, that's going to be the rate that what it is based off of the study. If they're got in a situation there was something catastrophic, let's say something needed a $250,000 replacement, we have the ability to assess the property owners to have that taken care of. But I think the end game here is that we take this plant and the other plant that we own, get it operational, and there are a lot of companies that would purchase that asset, and it's a valuable asset, and the town would sell that, because if we're not going to be in the full-time wastewater business, if we're not, it probably doesn't make sense just to hang on to those two plants, and there's companies that love to run those and operate them. So I think that would probably be the best. We'd have to talk about that, obviously, as a council, what that would look like, but that probably would be a good outcome for the town later down the road. Once they get operational, we can take the income as we need it, get the revenue, get a few years off of it, get it established, and if the council ever wants to move on, there's companies that purchase and run these things all the time.
But that's, I assume, like 5 years or longer before we even explore those things, I assume, right?
I'm looking into them now. I mean, they'll want to see revenue off of them. So, but there's going to be some cost savings because we're running the Hills of Montverde one, and we're running this plant, and they're basically, they're going to more than likely be the exact same plants. So the same operator will come and run both plants, and there'll be some cost savings there. I'm hoping to visit with them and look at what they put in at the other plant and see if they could put similar equipment, so there's replacement back and forth. You have a pump to go down, we have a spare available, things along that line that can be done. But I will have a full cost. I should have it here probably by the next meeting, honestly. Cost analysis of what we need to charge the residents to run that plant.
Now, did the town request to get that sewage plant, or it was just volunteered from the beginning?
It was always discussed. I mean, nothing's formal now, so the council could choose not to do it at this point and have the HOA do it. I think Anita we've always talked, it's usually better to have a town run a sewer plant, just because there's a lot more quality and less chance of problems versus HOAs. Not to say Bella Clean is a great HOA, and they would probably run it just fine, but yeah, we already are committed to the one on the Hills of Montverde. We're under agreement contract with them.
Yeah, we're not committed to this.
But we're not committed to this one.
Because I was just curious, Bella Clean already has one. What's the point of sending, one to us? What they could, I'm sure.
I'm there with
Yeah.
you. I'm there with you.
And
on
that can definitely be an option.
We haven't said we're going to take it over and sign the papers.
Well, as for questions, I think that's it for now, so.
No, that's good questions.
I have a few follow-ups.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that looking at this and hearing, and I apologize, I don't remember your name. Sorry about Bert, right? Bert? Boyd. All right. Sorry.
Jim Boyd.
Jim. Okay, thank you. That's the best location for the sewer plant then?
Yes, and I'll take a shot at this, and Jim can come up and correct me if I say something wrong. But by two parameters. One is distance from existing communities. We wanted to get it as far away from existing communities and the homes that will be in this subdivision, and so we believe where we've placed it on the plan, it achieves that goal. And then also you're using the natural topography of the property. Remember, it falls in elevation from Ridgewood down to Bella Colina. And so that, by utilizing that existing topography, you eliminate the need for any sort of lift stations that would otherwise potentially be required.
Okay, so even if you hypothetically had to go R1, you still would, that would be the best location?
Likely, yeah.
All right. I think I have one more question for you here. I do, but I'm going to ask Paul a question.
Okay.
Here. Paul, what were the number of variances or waivers for this? And how many waivers and variances do we have to grant for them to get the PUD?
Sure. Lisa, would you mind just going over those real briefly for Mr. Morganelli?
Sure. There's 7 or 8 here, and I can go through them real quick for you. So I'll start with what the standard is and then what their proposed solution is. The standard we have is 7 models with 3 variations, and they're proposing 4 models with 3 variations. The next standard was no more than 2 homes with the same model on a block, and their proposal is no model duplication within 4 homes. The next standard is overhangs and awnings are a 24-inch minimum, and they've proposed 18-inch minimums. The next one is the standard is the garage size of 27 by 29 foot minimum, and they're proposing 2 full-size vehicles to fit in the garage. The next one is no more than 50% front-loaded garages, and they're proposing, it says highly discouraged on 75-foot lots, and all garage doors are decorative. The next one is 6-foot interior sidewalks, and their proposal is higher-end 5-foot paver sidewalks. And then, of course, the exterior sidewalks will be the 6 feet. And the last one is non-potable sources for irrigation must be provided, and their proposal is not to exceed St. Johns River Water Management District CUP. Automatic irrigation controlled by the Property Owners Association. St. Augustine grass will not be permitted, and they will have shut-off rain sensors.
Okay, what about the roads? I thought they're doing 22-foot wide versus 24. Well, their standard's 24. And then also the retaining wall. They're requesting a much larger retaining wall
Yeah,
as well.
there should be a retaining wall in there as well.
Okay, I'm sorry, that's all I had listed on this one.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I'm not sure what section was that. It might be in the PUD, but yeah, they propose exceeding the 6-foot retaining walls, and I'll have to look up the road one.
Okay.
I honestly don't recall that one.
Okay. What was planning and zoning's suggestion on this?
Oh, so that wouldn't be what the variance, that would be in a different section. Okay. We'll look that up for you real quick, Mr. Morganelli.
And then my other question I was, what was planning and zoning, their suggestion for this when we brought it to them?
Lisa, I apologize. I don't recall the final. Okay.
Recommended approval.
Yeah. I thought they recommended to bring it back for half acre. I thought that's what they recommended.
I believe there was some question about the majority of the discussion, and I'm certainly sure you have a P&Z board member that was here. We're going to pull up the report, but there was a lot of discussion around the first issue with the 1 acre versus half acre coming into the...
Yeah, I think they denied we'll pull it up. I believe they denied the 1 acre ordinance that approved the rest of the development, if I recall.
That's right.
Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Anita has your other follow-up here.
So the, all roads within the property are to the City of Mount Dora standards, which is what the town of Montverde adopted as its standards, and they're providing 2 travel lanes, minimum 11 feet wide travel lanes of asphalt totaling no less than 22 feet with Miami curb or other curbing approved by the town's engineer.
Okay, that's where I'm getting the 22 feet.
And what was the
then.
other one?
The
that you
wall,
asked?
the wall heights.
Let me look for that.
Yeah, the retaining wall might,
Yes,
that's more
the
of an engineering code, but it's not, the reason why it's not on Lisa's slide is because I don't think we address the retaining walls in the subdivision design criteria.
Right.
That's
So
why it's not on there.
The ones that Lisa listed out, those we put in the ordinance because they're related to the neighborhood standards.
Correct.
The others are just intermingled in the document. So for the retaining wall, the site is a unique hillside site with approximately elevation drop of 100 feet from north to south and existing slopes of up to 10%. So in order to do that, they're going to have some walls being up to 20 feet in height.
Okay, thank you. That's what I
And those
thought.
will be required to have rails on top of them too, just under our code, obviously.
All right. And then we had talked at the last meeting, I'm not sure who brought it up, but in reference to Osgood coming back to us, potentially for a lawsuit. We had said that they weren't able, I think you had mentioned that we weren't able to do that, but can you define or explain the Burt Harris Act? Because I think they have up to a year if they wanted to come back under the Burt Harris Act.
I don't understand the context of the question.
Okay. Just that if they could come back to us,
I don't know what they would come back against the town for.
to try to match what we're now giving to them, because we're giving them.
Each project is considered on its own application and based on what they've requested. So.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and the overall density's pretty close. I think Osgood, off the top of my head, was 1.46 maybe, 1.48, and they're 1.51. So it's pretty similar.
I'm stuck on the half-acre net.
Oh, gotcha,
You know that.
gotcha, yeah.
I mean, that's where I'm at. And I guess I had another question. Now I do have that question for you. And this is, I think I know the answer to this one, but I'm going to ask it anyway because I have to ask the question. So coming up later tonight, we do have golf carts that is going to be on. And a concern for me, and I know we're jumping ahead a little bit on that, but my question relates to this. And that is, our residents over on in Willow Ridge I don't know if any of them have contacted you guys or anything like that. Is there an opportunity for them to use you guys as a pass-through versus coming on Fosgate, just due to the amount of traffic that this potentially could bring?
No, we haven't received any contact. I don't believe. I'll just make sure.
No. Okay.
And I don't think that'd be likely feasible in terms of and I don't know where the town's going to go, quite frankly, with your golf cart regulations in terms of using roads. But it being a gated community, I think that would be difficult to implement.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Good.
I guess one other thing, just as a reminder to council and everything, I was looking at different numbers, and there were 2 numbers that I'm just going to mention, and then I will stop talking here because we can take the vote. But 525 and 83. 525 people voted for under the interpretation that we were going to do half-acre, and I understand the supermajority, we're not, but the half-acre lots based on the signage that we had, and that was 83% of the past election that voted. I think if you asked 99% of those, I think they would say half-acre. They're not going to understand the fuzzy math of gross versus net. So that's it. I'm done.
All right, anybody else?
I still have a few more questions.
Well, go ahead.
For the waiver number 3, it's changing from 27-foot by 29-foot interior size garage to 2 large size vehicles. What?
Yeah, I'll give you some
You
context.
could fit an F-350 in there? Like, I guess, like what's?
All right, so when the subdivision design criteria, it's a good question, and we get this, some of the council members through the years have known that we get that question with that requirement. That was very important to some planning and zoning board member when the design criteria manual was adopted, and that was basically do or die. That was important to that person, so it got put in there as a requirement. There was some rationale as to reality, in a sense, that you really needed it, and this, according to this planning and zone board member, you really needed a garage this size, and that was the minimum size that came up. It was 27 by 29. So a garage could be different to a lot of people, but that, I'm just giving you context. That's where that came from. It wasn't something that actually we recommended, believe it or not.
So I guess, like, where's the line? Where do you draw the line? Because you could get a Sprinter van. Sprinter vans are pretty tall. And, I could say, well, I have that, now I want a bigger garage. I guess, where do you draw the line? I guess, is there any mechanisms that we have or that we could put in place to, I guess, mitigate that?
Well, they will be agreeing to a 2-car garage. Is that correct on this? So that would be the max. So if you're concerned, are you concerned about making it too big, too much of a garage, or is it more of?
I guess, like, the height is, I
yeah.
guess, where my question comes into play.
Okay, good question. And that to your other question earlier about the height of the houses, they'll still have to meet the max height for the town.
Well, he's talking about the height of the garage, I believe.
I know. Yes.
Okay.
So they would still. It would still. Oh, okay. As far as putting in a large RV, and making the garage like the length of the width, the height of the house. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So in theory, that could happen. There's unless they, said that they weren't going to do that. Now I'm looking at the houses and the plan, and what they're proposing to build in there, and I wouldn't think that they would do that, make it an RV home. In a sense, is that kind of what your question is?
Well, yeah, just, it's going to, obviously, if you have taller garages or just, it's not natural to have like a tall, wide, super wide garage.
Yeah, I mean, that.
Paul, could you speak to that? Just because that would be the logical. I mean,
yeah,
you got the Bella Cleena standards.
And you may want to document it and memorialize it if that's a big concern. But
yeah, I'm happy to go on the record. There's no intention of building a garage that could accept an RV or an oversized vehicle. Keep in mind that the Bella Clena's ARC, their Architectural Review Board, will be spread onto this project, and so the same standards that apply to Bella Cleena will be applied here. And happy to go on the record that's going to be a garage of normal height, which would be no more than 9 feet.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think your concern maybe like Citrus Highlands is one where you had the house and then it was like a garage that you could fit a semi in. It looked like you could do that.
No. Yeah, there's no intention of doing that. I can put that on the record.
How about the full glass garage door? Because that's being requested as one of the waivers. What? It says full glass garage doors are permitted with ACB approval.
Yeah.
It's waiver number 3, section A, towards the bottom.
Right. The reason that we do that, it's an enhancement. It enhances the look of the house. So we want to make sure that every garage door has panes. It's not going to just be a solid door. As you can see, like that house right there does have solid doors, but we are going to have at least top panes on each garage with the option of going to a full glass door, which really does enhance the look of the elevation of the house.
And that's, I assume, more compatible with the rest of Bella Cleena, the full glass doors.
It's very typical in Bella Cleena. It
Okay.
is.
Now, do you happen to know any houses like within city limits outside of Bella Cleena that have full glass doors?
I've seen them. I've seen them. They're expensive, so they're far and few between because those glass doors probably cost 5 times the amount of just a normal garage door. But the aesthetics to the elevation of the house is greatly heightened.
Okay, thank you. And then as for there's a cul-de-sac at the bottom left of the map. And it says, I guess that could be a future road tying into the rest of Bella Cleena.
That's a future anticipation, yes.
Now, if that road does open up in the future, would that affect the daily trips into the community and out the community? Back to the traffic?
Yeah.
Some of them go out the
right.
back
Yeah.
gate?
So I guess theoretically speaking, someone could utilize that access point to go through this community and out to 455.
You could go out the back east too.
All right.
You could go either the main gate or the back.
Main gate, yeah.
So it would open up another 2 exits to go in and out.
2 additional gates or 2 additional access points if that road is built, yes.
Yeah, I asked them that the last time, and it's better if they do that, because then that's less Ridgewood, less on 455 out of that one. But of course, it's a big expense to do.
And also, council, from the last meeting while you're talking about traffic, just recall which will be in the final development plan, developers only allowing access to residents only through the access on Ridgewood. Any visitors, guests, UPS, everything will have to come through the 455 entrance, which will be a guarded gate entrance, so that will help reduce traffic as well. And I believe they committed for construction traffic, but also come off 455 into the development. That's correct. Okay. So Ridgewood won't be impacted from the construction as much.
But now you have two entrances on opposite sides of the road with basically car lines to try to get in. So that means and I say this because the other day during the week I left around 8 o'clock and I was heading out to Orlando, and obviously I went on 455. There was at least about 30 cars waiting to get into Bella Colina. Portion of them were trucks, dump trucks, and then now you're going to have that exact thing on the opposite side. And then on top of that, you're going to potentially have a crosswalk there as well. So I guess, has the town looked into that, or are we even factoring for that, or was that overlooked?
Well, I would think that the
Yeah,
8 o'clock in the
sorry,
morning
the final
right-
development
right
plan.
now,
Yeah.
the 8 o'clock in the morning right now is a lot of construction guys in their cars and pickups and trucks going in there at 8 o'clock to work, because they go in and out that gate too. And I've called Paul and when it was backed up on the road, and they took care of it immediately on that. Remember about a month or two back, they took care of it immediately. But those people that are going in there now at 8 o'clock in the morning are people that are going to work inside the gate on houses being built. Because who would be going there in the morning? You know what I'm saying? They'd be leaving there to go to work, but to go in there in the morning is different, right? And that's why I'm thinking it's all construction people.
And that's going to be for what, 2 years for the?
No, well, this side, we're going to have 2 gates going in and out during construction.
Well, what I mean is, like, obviously with the trucks and construction trucks, but the whole thing is going to be built in one phase. Is that phase going to take 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years?
I'd say 2.
Well, let's break it down. There's site construction and vertical construction. So site construction, 6 to 9 months, more. What do you think, Paul? 9 to 10 months on that, and vertical 2 years.
I'd say all in all, let's just be on the conservative side, 3 years.
Okay.
So essentially 3 years of dealing with construction, traffic here, and then also at Osgood as well. And there's only one way to really, or 2 ways to get to them. That's what I got.
Are the construction vehicles going to be going in on Ridgewood while you're building?
I don't think that's been determined. I think that's something that probably will be discussed as one of the final plans are in. There'll be a plan of how, what the town would like to see, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure Paul would be open to either way. We did talk about just using 455, definitely during the rush hour for school traffic pickup, where that would be the primary. But it's really, council could give me direction on that, and I'm sure Paul's been fine to work with. I mean, he's been very accommodating. So.
Yeah, the one on Sienna Lake, it only had one entrance for everybody to go in, because they didn't let anybody in the front gate. So this place is going to have Ridgewood and 455, so this would be a lot better than what we went through with the Lake Sienna homes being built.
Yeah,
There's
and kind
only
of what we did with Willow Ridge, so we didn't have those issues when they were being built. That they've agreed to leave the gates open during construction hours, and then now that they're getting close to build out, they're closing them at night. But so they're starting to close phase 1 down, but leave phase 2 where the construction's going. I'm sure we can work on something similar to that, because it doesn't connect to the rest of the development, and that would help with traffic backup and issues.
And I had one last one for you, and that's you guys. You're stuck on that 102.
I had to pull a lot of teeth to get to 102.
I know. I mean, I made the joke at 80 last month, but yeah. So, all right. So that's a yes. You're stuck at a 102.
I think the plan looks really good, and I think we've come a long way from what originally was proposed based to where we are now, and that's well under what even the parent parcel that's in the town currently would have a legal right to, you know. So it's 58 acres, that's 116 homes, and we're at 102 with 10 additional acres, and, you know, a plan that I think does a good job of addressing, you know, existing neighbors. So, okay, thank you.
All right, so can we go ahead with the ordinances now? Oh, let's do public comment. Come on up. One at a time.
I just wanted to know if there's any. Oh, I'm sorry. Tom Kennedy, 16600 7th Street. In all of this infrastructure discussions, what kind of considerations are being done for things like power lines and internet? Are the power lines going to be buried underground? Are they going to be above ground poles? And this is probably a separate thing for not concerning this development, but is there any chance of getting any kind of competition for cable services in this town? It's just, I don't know if anybody else is tired of us being a one-trick pony town when it comes to internet service, but I'd really like to see some competition here for other companies to come in and provide service. But I was curious about the power lines with the hurricane seasons we have and everything. We're always getting knockouts because of the wooded hammock area down the hill from us, where you're talking about it's going to be close to where you're putting in these entrances and exits for this new subdivision. Is the power lines, I don't know what it is in Bella Collina because I've never been in there, but is it underground power lines or is it above ground?
All utilities will be underground. At the development. Yes.
Okay. And whenever you can get around to the internet thing. But I was just curious about that. Is it going to be the same services that the rest of the town has, or does Bella Collina have other providers that are providing service to them?
I don't know I'm not sure who they have. Who do you guys use? Spectrum. Yeah, that'd be different than us.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
But there are a number of companies that are investing in fiber optics that are coming around, and they'll have the right to use right away.
Yep.
Okay, because I'm in the Highland Estates, right across the road from Morningside Circle, and it just seems like every time there's a big offer for something, I'm always, oh, well, you're just outside the service thing, and it's in your area, but we just can't give it to you. And I just wanted to know what's regulating that, and is there any chance of upgrading?
Probably just a matter of time, and they invest in it. They're the ones that put the infrastructure, so eventually.
Okay, I'm not getting any younger.
I know.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yep.
All right, thank you. That was it.
You're welcome. Anybody else?
Kelly Moore, 17029 Florence View Drive, Mag Terrace. The attorney, I guess? Okay, what he just stated was the 58 acres by law, they're entitled to do 2 homes per acre. What was the number you said? 140, 116? 116, 2 per acre on the, okay. That is understood as R1, but I thought we already said with R1 you can't have a gate, is that correct?
No.
So
No, we've had gates.
So R1 they can put a gate in if they go R1, all the way around.
Pretty sure.
What's the ruling on that?
Maybe I'm wrong. But
No,
I keep hearing this.
Gates
I
are
don't
not
think so.
allowed.
Well, what's the point, though? Why are we talking about this?
Well, when we kind of said 100 homes would be kind of a compromise, we floated that idea, and they had a break. The idea was we're not going to hear this R1 argument anymore because Bella Collina is known as a gated property. So they can't do a gate and have R1. So to bring up R1 and say, well, if we don't do the 102, we could have the 58 be 116. That's a false argument.
But they're not asking for that, Kelly.
No, but you left the podium saying we've come a long way. We could initially do 116 on the 58. That's what I just heard.
Well,
Is that not
technically,
correct, what you said?
Can you build, you got 68 acres, can you build 136 homes?
So my comment is, I keep hearing, well, if we don't get our way with the 102 instead of the 100, we could always fall back to the 58 being R1. And that just seems disingenuous because you're not going to build a community without a gate.
Yeah, I don't
Now,
worry.
the other question I had with this is, to your point, the traffic going to the clubhouse, they talked about in the last couple of meetings that golf carts would have some access to get to the clubhouse. Have we considered, when the golf cart issue comes up, all this impact for 3 or 4 years with the added density, their golf carts going to and from there? Now we're talking about golf carts coming from Willow Ridge, which I think is ridiculous. So as you add to your thought about the construction, the density, and Ridgewood with the entrances, factor in they're going to have their own golf carts to go to their own clubhouse. Now we're going to entertain the idea that Willow Ridge is going to bring golf carts up and down Ridgewood all the way to get to our library and our courts. I think that's asking for accidents and problems. Okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All righty. Anybody else want to talk to the council about this topic? Come on up, Alan.
Alan Hartle, 16191 Hillside Circle, Montverde. Several questions. We talked about single story versus 2-story. 35 foot is our code enforcement. So if you want to build a 2-story, 35 feet is what you're going to be maxed at. If you want to build a single story with 15-foot walls and vaulted ceilings, 35 feet is 35 feet. What's the difference whether you put all 2 stories in or not? First question here. Square footage of the houses. Okay, 3,500. I was doing some calculations with one of our local builders here as to truck traffic. You're looking at 5 cement mixers per house, 2 block trucks per house. That's 7 plus probably 2 rough truss trucks. That's 9 per, so you got 900 vehicles, commercial vehicles in this project. The traffic on 455 going into Montverde in one day, I would venture to say, is close to 900. So you have 1 day of traffic in the town of Montverde from construction. The rest of the time, you're done. I was wondering about that. Trucks, traffic, if you're up at 5 o'clock in the morning, not 8 o'clock, you'll notice that the pump trucks that do the construction on the current Sienna project and so forth in the northern gate, they're usually there at 5:30. And the construction people, like has been mentioned, they're coming in to do construction work. They're not there at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. And I've yet to see in my travels through the town that Montverde Academy is even open at 5 and 6 o'clock to keep kids coming to school. So those are a bunch of issues that I'm thinking are kind of like, do they really matter? And I figured if you're going to build $1 million plus house, why you have we used to talk about property rights as a developer, as an owner of that property, you can build a 2-story as long as it doesn't exceed 35 feet, which I remember as our code can exceed 35 feet. So if it's a gated community, who's going to see it except the people who live in the gated community? Plus, if you have you have vegetated buffers, who's going to see the 2-story houses except the people who live in the gated community? As for traffic, I've noticed this. Traffic won't be probably coming up on Ridgewood because nobody wants to negotiate a roundabout with the cement mixer. They're probably going to come in on the 455 and leave that way. So the traffic will not be there. And usually the guardhouses at 5:30 and 6 o'clock in the morning are allowing the construction guys to come in. So I'm kind of wondering where this traffic jam is going to be going northbound, especially when it's going to be going westbound off the road on 455. But those are my comments, and I think it's going to be a great project. As to the sewer system, I would suggest we leave it to them. Any costs will be going to the homeowners. Nothing is to the town of Montverde or the residents of town of Montverde. So in 25 years, if it's a breakdown, that goes to the Bella Colina people and goes to Bella Colina homeowners, and town of Montverde is not connected anyway. I do like Paul's idea. If you want to take it over in 5 years and sell it, great. Then that's our hands are washed of it once again. And whatever that company that buys it, whatever they negotiate with the homeowners, that's between the homeowners and the development plant, sewage treatment plant. Montverde town has no assets, no liabilities in the situation. It's a win-win for us. So my comments. Thank you guys for listening.
Thank you very much, Alan. Anybody else like to talk real quick? All right, let's get back to the reading of the ordinances. Would you mind doing that 2025-46, Anita?
So that was the only one that I did read.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
We didn't vote on that one, did we?
No.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about the 2025-46. You want to? I guess we just got done talking an hour about that one. So all I need is a motion or to approve or deny. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
I'll make the motion that we approve ordinance 2546.
All right, I got a motion to approve. I need a second.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against, say nay.
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 Roll call vote, please.
Ayes have it.
Can we
Can
go
we do
by
a roll call on
call?
all these, Mayor?
Yeah, yeah,
Just
go
so
ahead.
we can have, make sure we're good.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubio,
Nay.
Councilmember Roberts,
Yes.
Councilmember Morganelli,
No.
Vice Mayor Womack,
Yes.
Mayor Weincoop.
Yes. Okay, yes, have it. Move on to ordinance number 2025-47. If we're ready to go ahead.
An ordinance extending and increasing the corporate limits of the town of Montverde, County of Lake, State of Florida pursuant to the voluntary annexation provisions of section 171.044 Florida statute, annexing 5 parcels of real property not embraced within the present limits of the town of Montverde, providing for findings, providing a legal description and a map, directing the town manager to record certified copies of this ordinance after approval with the clerk of the circuit court, the county manager of Lake County, and the secretary of state of Florida, providing for conflicts and severability, providing for scrivener's errors, setting an effective date.
Alrighty. This one is obviously what it says. So we're annexing more of the 9.7 something acres. Do you want to talk about that, Anita or Paul?
These parcels, because it's 5 parcels and they total 5.6 acres of the 9 point some.
So I'll open it up to the public. We're annexing in the land that Bella Colina wants us to annex in. Okay, I'll bring it back to council. Open it up to council. Any conversation on that? If there's no conversation, I need to get a motion to approve or deny.
I'll make a motion that we deny ordinance 2025-47.
I have a motion to deny. I need a second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Oh, okay.
Can we get a roll call vote? And since it's a motion to deny, a yes would be a denial, a no would be to not deny.
I confused you there, didn't I?
Okay, so a motion to approve.
It's a motion to deny, so if you vote yes, you're voting to deny it.
Okay, motion to deny is a yes. I need a motion to deny.
So we have, yes, we just need a roll call vote.
We're going to do a roll call here. Yep.
Okay, so I need a motion to deny or you made a motion to deny.
We have a motion and a second to deny.
It's already on the floor.
Okay, roll call vote on that.
Councilmember Rubio,
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts,
No.
Councilmember Morganelli,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Womack, Mayor Weincoop.
Wait.
What was yours vote?
Oh,
Correct.
my apologies. Vice.
Okay, I'm so now I'm totally backwards. Explain to me, a no vote means yes and a yes vote means no.
If you want to deny it, you would vote yes.
I vote in the affirmative. I vote yes, deny.
So you want to deny it? I think
wanna
you're still
deny this.
confused. Okay.
It's confusing.
Okay. I am for the annexation. I will vote no. Final, no.
You
Don't
sure?
ha- I am in favor of the annexation. Yes, I'm sure.
So you're voting no? I just messing with you.
She voted.
Okay.
Mayor Wynkoop?
What's the count? 2-2?
Yes.
I'll vote no. That was confusing.
So Mayor, can we get another motion to approve?
Oh, I'm sorry. So I need a motion to approve.
I will make a motion that we do approve.
So do we vote yes on this
2547.
or no to approve?
It's
We
a
need a
motion to
second,
approve,
right?
so if you're in favor,
need
you
a
would vote
second.
yes.
So Robert seconds.
All in favor say aye.
Can we do roll call again, Mayor, please?
Oh, wait, we'll see. Do we need a, what do you want? Aye?
Aye.
What do you, Carol? Aye?
Aye, I approve.
I'm an aye. Almost deny?
Nay, I'm no.
No?
Nay.
Nay. There, no roll call, we got it. Wow, that was complicated. Okay, so let's move on to ordinance 2025-48.
An ordinance extending and increasing the corporate limits of the town of Montverde, County of Lake, State of Florida pursuant to the voluntary annexation provisions of Section 171.044 Florida statute, annexing two parcels of real property not embraced within the present limits of the town of Montverde, providing for findings, providing a legal description and a map, directing the town manager to record certified copies of this ordinance after approval with the clerk of the circuit court, the county manager of Lake County, and the Secretary of State of Florida, providing for conflicts and severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and setting an effective date. And these two parcels comprise a total of 1.63 acres.
Okay, I'll open it up to the public. Okay, I'll bring it back. I make a motion that we approve. I got a second. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All against say nay.
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 Okay. All right, if you would please, 2025-49.
An ordinance extending and increasing the corporate limits of the town of Montverde, County of Lake, State of Florida pursuant to the voluntary annexation provisions of Section 171.044 Florida statute, annexing real property not embraced within the present limits of the town of Montverde, providing for findings, providing a legal description and a map, directing the town manager to record certified copies of this ordinance after approval with the clerk of the circuit court, the county manager of Lake County, and the Secretary of the State of Florida, providing for conflicts and severability, providing scrivener's errors, setting an effective date. And this parcel consists of 0.78 plus or minus acres.
All right, same thing, I'll open it up to public. Same idea, we're annexing some more property. I'll bring it back from the public. Need a motion? Yes or no?
I'll make a motion to approve 2025-49.
I have a motion to approve, I need a second.
I'll second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Again say nay.
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 Okay. You want to do 2025-49? I'm sorry? 60. Oh, just seeing if you were paying attention.
Ordinance 2025-60, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Montverde, Lake County, Florida, amending the Town of Montverde's comprehensive plan pursuant to 163.3187 Florida statutes by amending the comprehensive land use plan designation from Lake County Rural Transition and Bella Colina to Town of Montverde Single Family Low Density Residential on the future land use map for the herein described property consisting of 9.47 plus or minus acres, providing for severability and scrivener's errors, directing the town manager to amend said comprehensive plan, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for the forwarding of this ordinance to the State of Florida Department of Commerce, and providing for an effective date. and this changes the future land use designation.
Okay, this is all about the comp plan. I'll open it up to the public. Okay, I bring it back from public. Any discussion from council? If not, I need a motion.
I'll make a motion that we deny 2025-60.
Okay, got a motion to deny.
Second.
All in favor say yes to deny.
Yes.
Yes.
All against say no.
No.
Nay.
Nay.
No.
All right, so we move on to
Can we
2025.
can we get a motion to approve?
I'm sorry?
May we get a motion to approve?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve 2025-60.
I'll second.
All in favor say aye.
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 Against say no.
Nay.
No.
Nay. All right, if you would please, 2025-61. Do we have any coffee?
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Montverde, Florida to change the zoning from Lake County PUD, agriculture and light industrial, and Town of Montverde single family low density to Town of Montverde single family residential PUD for the herein described property owned by DCS Real Estate Investments LLC and Wilmington Development Services Inc. The real property is located south of Ridgewood Avenue, west of County Road 455 and east of Blackstill Lake Road, Montverde, Florida. Approving waivers, directing the town manager to amend the zoning map as herein provided after passage of this ordinance, providing variances from town code with conditions, providing for severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for Scrivener's errors, and providing an effective date. This
Okay.
has not, this version has not been updated since your first reading of this, wherein you had asked for some changes. The developer also tonight committed to some other changes, and so if you make a motion to approve it, it would incorporate those changes if you so designate.
Okay, I open it up to the public. Okay, I'll bring it back to the council.
Again, I just want to remind council, 525 people voted per half acre. Just
Okay.
before we go forward with that one. That's all. Just want to throw it out there again.
Okay, so I'm making a motion to approve with the.
I had
well,
a question.
I'm sorry?
I had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can we run through the changes? Can we read out the changes?
Yeah, go ahead if you have a couple.
So there'll be 102 maximum number of lots. The density will be 1.51 dwelling units per acre. Lots 1 through 90, they increase the minimum lot size from 9,800 square feet to 10,500 and increase the minimum lot width from 75 feet to 75, from 70 feet to 75. And lots 91 through 102 increase the minimum lot size from 7,800 square feet to 8,600 square feet and increase the minimum lot width from 60 feet to 65 feet. The sidewalks, we're changing from Velta Drive to Heatherwood Lane / Belsina Drive. The wastewater plant is to remain in its current location. There's to be a continuous hedge along the east and southern boundaries of Magnolia Terrace, and preserve as many trees as possible. As was explained, that will be determined during the next phases. And I think that was, if you wanted to incorporate that the height of the garage would be no more than 9 feet. And they committed also that construction access, and I'm not sure, it may already be in the PUD, but just to be safe, construction access to the project would be on County Road 455 and not Ridgewood. And that's what I have. I don't know if anyone has anything else.
Not open to the public now, Kelly.
So I guess my question is to the rest of the council, do we want this sewer plant? Do we want to take on the expense, operating maintenance, with the theoretical possibility of selling it off in the future at some point? I think that's my sticking point at this point, because if you approve this, then you're approving us taking over the sewer plant, so.
No, we haven't, that doesn't do that.
Okay.
No, not right now. And believe me, I'm no big fan of it.
We're double checking the PUD to make sure we're not obligated in the PUD real quick.
I've read it and I don't think so. For
My
me,
s-
if we do take it over, we have Apoca Sound in this one and the one that we're gotten the rental homes. And
So-
I think we'd put a nice package together.
So we could change the language. Currently, it does say that it'll be turned over to the town to own, operate, and maintain, as Councilmember Rubio stated earlier. But we could change it that it would be at the town's request to be determined during the construction plan review or at some other point in time based on council direction, if you want more time to think about that specific aspect. But it's up to the council.
My sticking point here still is that 100. We as a council sat here at that last meeting and said 100 homes. I mean, you know,
If I recall correctly, I believe it was myself that threw out the statement towards the end of the night after they had already come down to, I think it was the
105.
105, which was down from
We were
115.
all at 105.
I
And
don't
then-
believe that there was discussion that followed after that. Pretty quickly after that, as I recall, the meeting wrapped up. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty much believe what I said was we might even push you to 100, and that
I
was the
think
end of the
Councilman
conversation.
Roberts, you had mentioned 100 homes.
I was just echoing what Councilmember Walmack was saying. She brought up the 100 homes, and I said if we can get it down to that point, that would be ideal.
Right. Okay. There you go. All right. Thank you.
And at that point, they were at 105, so I can compromise on two
So
houses.
they went down to 102 on all in their own, from 114 really. So that's pretty good. I would have gave them the 136.
I'm sure you would have.
And then
I'm stuck at 100 yet.
I like the idea of the larger lot sizes, so that's what brought the number down to 100, approximately 105 to begin with. But once they started getting the numbers even tighter, it came down to 102 with those larger lot sizes.
I'm still thinking about the 50% of people that are not going to be homestead that we would get an income from after Governor DeSantis wipes us out. Because we're 92% residential in Montverde, if I remember correctly, and most of those are homesteaded. So get ready for that. Where are we at now?
So we would need a motion to approve 2025-61 with the changes and amendments, and Nita just read off to council.
Right, but we didn't get the definite on the sewer, right? Right, Brian?
Right, I need direction on that, because
Right,
as
we
it
need to give
currently
her
is
direction on the sewer.
drafted, it would be turned over to the town.
For me, just throwing it out there, we have a Pocket Sound, we have the rental development sewer, and we're gonna probably wind up with this. I say we operate them for 2-3 years, get the revenue where it's, you know, what it is, and then sell them all. And get our $2-3 million and walk away from all of them.
Well, there's no certainty that the future council is going to want to do that.
Well, okay, then we
So
sell 'em
we're
sooner.
accounting with
Then let's-
variable that.
Let's sell them next year then.
Well, I would be open to holding on to them for 2 to 3 years and then either selling them or they get reverted back to the HOA to take control over. That way we're not obligated at all.
They what? I didn't catch it.
That it gets reverted back to the HOA to take over after 2 to 3 years. That way we don't have to, there's no
I want some
obligation.
money out of it. I don't want to get
Well, I
any
was going to say
more.
sell it or revert it to the HOA.
What if we add the language that it's at the point in the future is at our discretion? And at that point, because it's the same thing, I don't want to be in the sewage business forever.
But it's at our
so we-
discretion, even if we take them, it's still at our discretion to sell them later.
Right, and that's,
So we don't even have to put that in. We own them so we could sell them.
I don't necessarily think we want to take them over, though, under construction as the development is starting to flush out.
Well, they have to be operated and licensed, and we take them over.
All right, so if we don't take it over, who takes it over?
They keep it.
Okay, and they can keep it for X amount of time if we structure the language correctly? You just mentioned
you-
something at the town's discretion. Can you repeat that part?
Well, I was saying, if you didn't want to make a decision tonight whether to take ownership or not, then we can revise the language that just states they will turn it over to the town, but it's in the town's discretion, and you'll determine that at a future date.
Yeah, when and
So,
where.
That's
you know,
better.
before construction plans are approved, we'll bring it back. You can have a workshop or discussion and then make your decision, and then that's what it will be. If you needed more time to think, so you didn't have to
What do you
decide
think,
tonight.
Brian?
I'm ready to vote now for it, to not take it on, period.
Okay, what do you
So
think?
my mind, I don't think is gonna change.
I'm in the same boat. I guess the question is, why would we take it on and then sell it? Why wouldn't they just keep it and sell it? I guess
Because
that's,
we can make the money.
well, I know I get that, but again, I also see the risk in that too, down the road. So,
I mean, there is a lot of different ways you can do it, where we take it over once their site gets to 80% capacity, because, you know, we don't want to build two houses, the economy goes out, and we're stuck with a sewer plant we got to dump water in. So there's a lot of things that could be worked out if maybe we can give a little time and put it on the workshop.
Well, why don't we just do what Anita has offered, that we put it in there, that we can make our mind up later. We're not obligating ourselves to it right now. And then in the workshop, we can talk about it in the 2 weeks. How's that?
You're good with that?
Is that okay, Renita?
Does that work?
It's up to the council.
We already had it for this.
Did we?
Yep. I thought so.
I'm sorry?
did we have public comment for this one yet?
I'm confused.
I don't recall, but
We can have public comment, I'll do it. But wait a minute, are you guys gonna be all right with what she said? That we can pass this or fail it, and if we pass it, it goes with, we can make our minds up later whether we take it or not, the sewer. And just, we can get done tonight.
We'll get done tonight at some point.
Later, within a few months later, or what are we talking about? Like if we postpone it?
Well, yeah, I mean, right away,
I think I would put it on the February workshop,
Yeah,
and then
we
we can
can
just talk about it, and you guys can mull it over. But
we'd need a decision before they move forward with construction plans, which they're going to want to do
Yeah.
fairly soon, because we'll need to know that. So I would think within the next 2 to 3 months, you would need to make a decision.
I'm fine with waiting then, the 2,
Okay.
3 months.
All right, so, do you want to read well, you already said it, all the things. So I'll open it up to the public real quick.
Thank you. Bob Tomlinson, 16634 Magnolia Terrace. Guys, we're not in the business to run this, we're just not in the business to run it. And we've already got one that's going to be a problem because those are all renters.
Well, we
And
have one in Apoca Sound for the last 4 years that we operate. It's ours.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the one that we're dealing with, that at the hills. That's gonna be all renters on that, and that's gonna be a really, really problem. Why don't they just keep it? And we don't need it.
Okay,
We just don't need it. All right.
Your opinion. Thank you.
They can choose to sell it later on down the road too,
Right.
correct?
Right. I mean, that makes no sense, but, okay. If you're gonna give away 500 grand. All right, anybody else? I knew it.
I got stuff to do. I don't want to be here, but, you know, I would really appreciate it if the council could do two things with this thing to get this done tonight. Ask them, or, you know, you require them to do the 100 homes that I heard you say, and that we don't want any part of the sewer. We're already compromising on this density. We're already giving them 60-foot lots. We're already looking at construction for years. I don't see what's hard about why we have to own it or to make a nickel on. That's not our business. We shouldn't have done the other one. And that should not even be an issue. They're able to take it, and if they want to keep it indefinitely or sell it, let them do that. We have enough to worry. We're still working on the water of this town. We have enough problems. We don't need this.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you. All right, well, Brian, come on up if you want to talk.
Aaron Wadsworth, 17647 9th Street. I'm actually going to be kind of the inverse to that. From a business perspective, having 3 different sewer plants that you can bundle together as a group, package them up, already driving revenue, will be much more appealing to a buyer. We'll be able to drive a demand or a higher price and value out of it, convert it into revenue for the town that we could use to build other things. Where I got two, having a third one isn't really going to change anything, except for it changes the way you go to market trying to sell that. You're going to find a buyer who's wanting 3 different plants in one area that they can service together. It's going to be much more appealing to them as a buyer than having 2. You're going to demand a higher price.
We'll sell it back to Bill.
So that's all my comment.
Thank you, Aaron. All righty. Anybody else? All righty, close public conversation. Come back here. All right, so this is probably going to be a difficult one to make a motion.
I do have a quick question in reference, Popka Sound. We've had it for 4 years, but we haven't sold it yet, and I'm just curious as to why we haven't sold it then yet.
Because we negotiated a 5-year warranty on it, so we're free for 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
And I can go in their mind, but that's it.
And it's just within last 12 months, we've got to 95% of the lot sold. So last year, I think it was 20, and then 2024, they got full
they only been
capacity.
totally sold out for like 2 years.
But, yeah.
And you got to have, a revenue for a certain amount of time to make it work.
And it's kicking out great revenue. I mean, because we charge an extra 25%. I mean, it's supporting a half a staff position and a lot of other things and putting cash away for the town. So it is a great revenue source.
Okay, Anita, I want to make the motion to approve this with the caveat of waiting later for the sewer. Can you explain it?
So it would be a motion to approve ordinance 2025-61 with the revisions outlined by the city attorney after the ordinance title was read, and would also include that the town council has the option of taking over the sewer plant, and that decision will be made within the next 2 to 3 months during construction plan review.
Okay, that's my motion. I need anybody want to second it?
I'll second.
Okay, I got a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All against say nay.
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 Okay. All righty. What do we got? Okay, so I think we're on 2025-178.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Montverde, Florida, granting preliminary development plan approval for Montverde Estates, a 102 single-family lot residential subdivision generally located south of Ridgewood Avenue, west of County Road 455, and east of Blackstill Lake Road, lying within the Town of Montverde, Lake County, Florida, and providing for an effective date.
And
They received that.
yeah, and it would have the same revisions as the PUD with the lot sizes and everything. So we'll make those adjustments and amendments as well.
Okay, can you explain this one a little bit better? What it is?
So this is the preliminary plan. It has to be consistent with the conceptual plan that's attached to the PUD document that you just approved. This is the first step in the plating process. So once they have approval for preliminary plan, then the next thing would be the final development plan, which are the engineered drawings and construction documents.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll open it up to the public. Anybody want to talk about this? It's another step to the process. Bring it back to the council. Need any discussion on this or a motion?
Again, I'm stuck on the 102 for me, so my vote tonight's going to reflect that. But we, as a council, anyway, I'm good.
Okey-doke. Anybody else? Okay, we need a motion to approve or deny.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2025-178.
I have a motion to approve. I need a second.
I'll second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against say nay.
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 Okay. All right, that's done with Bella Cleena. Thank you very much. Now let's move on to, who's this? Oh, okay. Is the person for this here, the 2025-198? The gentleman? Come on up. All righty. Can you read 2025-198 and then we'll have the gentleman talk?
Okay. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Montverde, Florida, granting a variance from Section 10-81 in Chapter 10 of the Montverde Land Development Code from the side yard setback for replacement of an existing retaining wall for the real property located at 16319 Magnolia Bluff Drive, Montverde, Florida, owned by James P. Monahan and Danny C. Ordonez, providing for conditions and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Can you come up and introduce yourself and your address?
Good morning. Evening.
Yeah,
Mayor.
that too, that too.
Close.
So,
Your
the
name?
retaining wall, sorry, James Monahan, 16319 Magnolia Bluff Drive in Magnolia Terrace. So, existing retaining wall was built with the home by the developer. It was a substandard wall in my opinion. It failed during Milton when I had a gutter that washed out a portion of the wall. It's already built. This is a post-construction request in order to save the house from sliding down the hill,
But
basically.
that was an emergency one.
Yeah,
Is that the
that's
one
how I
we went
deem.
to? Where it was the hill all the way down the back? Okay. Never mind.
So I went ahead and just replaced it with a better wall in the same position. The HOA came to me and said that I had to go through the process. I thought I could just replace an existing one in the same place. That's not the case, so we're just trying to clean up the record.
Okay.
It's a much better construction. Before it was just stacked landscape block. This is now more engineered.
Okay. Do you want to explain our side of it, Paul? How you got involved in everything? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. I will summarize this as best I can. So Mr. Monahan had a situation where he had to replace the wall as described after a hurricane. Had to do it quickly for the safety of his home. So it was done quickly. It is important to point out that the code for the old wall, since the new wall was installed, the code has changed, thus requiring the variance. So several ways it's really not his fault in a sense. This is more of just the process and cleaning it up. It does still now technically require a variance. And it is of much better quality as well.
So we had an engineer and our people inspected it and all?
Yes.
Alpha and all?
Yes.
Yeah, so, okay, so we went all through the steps. Is this an ordinance or a resolution? Okay.
It's a resolution, and the variance is needed because it encroaches into the 5-yard side setback
Yes, which that part of the code did not exist at that time when that was built.
when it was
So-
originally built. So.
And it was built in essentially the same footprint of better quality.
Yeah. And staff supports this. It's reasonable. There's really no other alternative when you look at, if he built it out of the 5-foot setback, it would be under the house. So there's not another reasonable accommodation. So we do support it. And it is just cleaning up. So now he has a conforming property going forward.
We didn't have any neighbors come and complain, right?
No, nobody's
It was
complaining.
noticed just like every other meeting, and
Yeah,
I'm just
correct.
trying to make sure.
Okay, what do you want to do here, you guys?
Thank you.
Do we need public comment?
Yep. Go ahead.
Public comment.
Not a resolution.
Yeah, we have public comment time, yeah.
All right, open it up to the public. Okay, they're done.
I figured, I'll make a motion, unless staff, or unless council here want to talk, but I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 2025-198.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to approve. Need a second. Got it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against, say nay. Ayes have it. You waited all night for that one. At least you learned something about the town, right?
You go to Waffle House now.
All righty, let's move on to Montverde Academy on 2025-199, please.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Montverde, Florida, granting minor site plan approval to Montverde Academy for construction of parking improvements on Academy Lane, providing for conditions and providing for an effective date.
All righty, you want to come up, Brad, and explain this?
Mayor, just real quick, so you recall this is from a workshop we did where we're trying to work with the academy to get some more parking on site. And so this is one of their answers to kind of help with
Like
parking.
they did over here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, so go ahead. Brad.
Multiple phases, correct.
Yeah,
Brad Long, 17201 9th Street. So obviously this is a 20 parking spaces in the right of way on Academy Lane, which is west of 455 when you come into the Academy. This is a minor site plan where we're looking at doing a true grid impervious location. So it's not asphalt, so actual drain on site. This was done not knowing what the town was going to do for future on 455, because we do have a swell, just so you guys are aware, of Academy Lane and some of that area that goes behind our existing Nest building, which is our big athletic building, that offsets some of that water retention for Academy Lane and some of 455. We weren't going to touch that pond right now until we figure out what happens with the longevity of 45. The plan is to go to asphalt down the road, which will come back for a revision of that, but this time we're just not sure what's going to happen with the town.
You're going to point the cars in?
They'd be pointed correct,
Like this?
perpendicular.
Okay.
Those are slanted. This is perpendicular.
And that's on the court side, right?
This is on the baseball side, so it's opposite side of the
high
big parking
part.
lot.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I drive that road a lot, and that seems fine to me. What do you guys, anything you guys want to talk about with this? It's a pretty cut and dry one. Anybody in the crowd want to talk about this one? It's easy because nobody's house is there. All right. So, I guess we need to decide if we want to go ahead and move forward with this one or not. If you do, make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve Resolution 2025-199.
Okay, got a motion approved. We need a second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Say nay. No nays. Ayes have it. Thank you very much, Brett. We'll move on to the 2025-62 ordinance for golf carts.
An ordinance of the Town of Montverde, Lake County, Florida, relating to the regulation of the operation of golf carts on public streets within the Town of Montverde, amending Chapter 24 of the Montverde Code of Ordinances, providing for repeal of all conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, this is getting the county gave us okay for. Go ahead, Paul. Explain it.
Sure. So this is, I believe, first reading. This follow-up from a couple meetings ago. As instructed by council, I went and talked with Lake County, the manager in Public Works. The question was brought up, could we look at having golf carts go down Fosgate and Blackstill Lake Road? Lake County has come back and said no, their staff are not supportive of that, and they feel it would cause traffic congestion and be a tremendous safety issue for cars to come down that. They have indicated their staff would probably more likely be supportive. It would have to go to county commission, and which is the original ordinance we had, which would allow golf carts on Ridgewood and on 455, except for not in the roundabout. So this is the original ordinance that you've looked at, I think, 3 or 4 times from way back when. I'll be glad to answer any questions for you.
One of the questions I had is with, now that we've approved Bella Colina, I guess what's council's thought here on doing, like, say, 9 a.m. to dusk for a time limit on that, because I'm just concerned about traffic on there.
Who's going to enforce it?
Probably nobody, just like no one's going to enforce any of this.
Yeah.
But at least something's on record for it. We're protected, I guess.
I believe golf cart travel times are actually regulated by state statutes. I don't believe you can operate them at nighttime, is my understanding. So, can you? You can.
There's certain restrictions.
Yeah, so you have to have certain lights.
Currently,
or
it's
something.
Windshield. And
yeah, between sunrise and sunset, unless you meet the equipments: headlights, brakes, lights, turn signals, and a windshield.
So it has to have a windshield, headlights, brake lights, turn lights.
And they have to be visible up to a certain amount of feet away from the vehicle.
I think it's 35, isn't it?
It has to be, I don't know, it has to be equipped with those things and as required in the statute, and it cites the statute, so.
So I got a letter from John Siebert, I guess everybody did, about this a while back. It's December 4th.
Yeah, I have it.
And he has some good points, and he must have some experience at it. And, one of the best points I saw is I have a couple golf carts, and they don't go over 25 miles an hour, you know. And they have headlights and they have brake lights, but I wouldn't want to go on 455 myself unless I could go 35 miles an hour. That would be speeding, I guess, huh? But the low-speed vehicles are okay without any of us okaying anything, right?
That's correct.
So the low-speed vehicles are vehicles made to go on the road. They look like golf carts. But regular golf carts are pretty tough. Somebody's going to get killed.
And council, one thing we haven't talked about, there's also a cost to the town that we really haven't budgeted in. So if you approve this, Lake County approves this, they're going to have signage requirements in various places, plus the roundabout. And obviously we're putting in fluted signs, you know, so I'm not sure what the sign count is, but, you know, each of those fluted signs, you know, you're probably looking at, I don't know, $800,000 per sign, and there may be several of them required. So just keep that in consideration. We've never really talked about that through a budget standpoint.
And those are required, correct? From like, they would be required.
Yes, they're required. I think they're state requirements, and plus the county will probably even have some additional on top of that. So yeah, there would probably be, I would at least 10 signs, I would think, throughout, probably more.
Are they gonna have the little flashing lights?
No, they won't. No flash.
We need more light there.
I could get some.
So they
Christmas
okayed Ridgewood and 455.
They have an okay. The
That's what they're talking
administrative staff and public works indicated they they haven't seen the ordinance yet because we have to figure out what we're passing. So I can't speak, but they generally in concept would be favorable in taking it to the county commission with support if everything in the ordinance they agree with. So after you approve the first reading, I'll probably present it to them and have them administratively look at it and make sure everything's okay, bring it out for a second. Then it's got to go to county commission. Then once it gets back from county commission, they may have more regulations or something in their approvals that we'll have to meet.
Yeah, I would think the whole legal department has to go through it myself.
Yeah, it will take several months to walk through that process with them.
What would you advise, Anita? What should we do tonight just to move it forward to go have the county look at it?
If you move to approve at first reading, we can at least get it to the county for them to review. You can always deny it at second reading or make changes. If there are substantial changes, we'll do another first reading. But moving it forward, if you're happy with the language, would at least allow the county to start looking at it and give us input.
And they would wind up looking at it and passing it up there. So that's a good idea.
So we still have an opportunity after this to deny it if we.
Yeah, there's a second reading, and that's the adoption hearing. So if you deny it at second reading, then it would not move forward.
Right. Or we could change it.
But we do need to make sure that we at least bring it back to you to comply with the state statute.
Correct.
So I think what the county needs to look at is the provision about where it's crossing or on their roads, because they have jurisdiction obviously on their roads.
And I would say I would encourage you don't approve it just to see what county says if you're not supportive of it or you don't think you will, because the county staff they're extremely busy, and the county attorney's office it takes a lot of time to get things through there. So I want to be cognitive and professional with them as well.
Do you know if the county will take Bella Colina, the impending, the upcoming traffic and everything into account as they go through with this? And they look at it on their end?
I don't know if they necessarily, they approve golf. I mean, if you look around the villages and everywhere else in Mount Dora, they generally approve golf carts pretty liberally around if the communities want them. Unless it's becoming, getting into thoroughfare traffic crossings and things along that line. So we are mainly a 30-mile-an-hour town, but
the only other thing I would actually like to see as well is on our website, maybe we have sort of like the Santa map. We have a golf cart map where residents can legally use these. Something on our website for it, and maybe we even have some other rules or we list all of the rules that they have to follow, restrictions, things like that, all on one page for them. Make it easy.
Well, I'll open up to public. Anybody want to talk about it? Okay, bring it back. I would say take Anita's advice. We send it up there and see what they say and send it back. They're probably going to have changes on it, I'm sure. And then we look at everything again, because it doesn't go into effect unless we pass it again. at this point, but just to get it moving and not just sitting again for another month or two. And I'm not a big fan of it, but I'd say send it up there and see what they got.
I did have a question. The language in section 2461, does it mirror language, like, I guess, from other towns, or?
It's from the statute.
Okay.
So these changes, other than what's in subsection A, subsection 2 about on Lake County Road, that language, everything else is being updated because the state statute on golf cart changes, and we're trying to get your ordinance in compliance with state statute.
So the state statute has that language?
Has
like-
the language, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was it.
And the park, I apologize. The park language is something that the town asked for to be prohibited in the town parks.
Okay.
So again, just to clarify, if we pass this now, we still have to vote again on this to
Yeah.
officially pass it? Okay, okay, just wanted to clarify
Yeah,
that
it's
one more time.
ordinances are 2 readings, resolutions are 1.
Okay, all right.
So this one's an ordinance, so yeah, it's safe enough to pass right now and let the county look at, and then
Can always come back
see
to it
what
later.
changes they have, yeah.
Okay.
They might even have to give us some good ideas. I mean, they've done this many times in Lake County. So how about we do this? How about, I'll make a motion that we pass first reading on our golf court ordinance. I need a second.
I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against, say nay. Okay, we'll move on. Okay. Let's move on to the next page with discussion on Franklin Pond. And Paul was working with the county, right?
Yeah, Lake County Water Authority came out and prepared this report. I don't think I have anything on the board on that. And prepared for it, they actually went out and looked at the water quality of Lake County. I assume you've had time to review the report. The best part of it is the pictures. I didn't realize how many times Franklin Pond's been amended and changed and moved from a crop circle to a island to everything else. But anyway, toward the end of it, there are some recommendations and their analysis. You know, in summary, you know, the aquatic systems in fairly acceptable condition. Aquatic life was observed, and all the different creatures and things they saw there. They recommend some form of strict turf fertilizer measures, and media curb inlet could be some things that could help there. Shoreline plantings and restoration typical with the areas were some of the recommendations. So you'll find that on the back page of the report. So obviously I don't need to reread it to you. I'll be glad to answer any questions or see if you want us to explore anything further at this point. I assume with the winter time, things are getting a little bit better out there, like everything does every year. And when the person, I believe, came and spoke, I don't remember his name, but he, you know, said basically the fish were all gone and aquatic life, and, you know, the report shows a little bit of a different story there than what was presented to the council. And Carol, I know you've talked to some neighbors and you might have some input, so I'll kind of, if you have anything else you want to add for council of thoughts, and be glad to turn that over to you.
Excuse me. Yeah, I think that in discussions, it's like a seasonal thing. I have various photographs from previous months over the course of the spring and the summer that shows, yes, there was a fair amount of algae there. Conditions change, weather changes. You guys go out and there's nothing there. So we'll track that, I think, going forward, and find the months that actually could use some assistance with the algae and some of the growth. There seems to be more discussion going on with the plant vegetation. And I don't think that we haven't come, I mean, as far as the community, we haven't come to consensus on that at this point. So that's kind of where things are standing.
I can tell you that living on Lake Florence for almost 30 years now, it's the summertime when it's hot that the algae comes out. Lake Florence has a weird thing going on this year that Jim Peacock tried to explain earlier, we have algae right now and it's cold. We've never seen that before. So that's why we called in Lake County to look at it and get the water authority to give us his opinion. That's what he was reading tonight. So this area here right now is crystal clear because it's normal and it's cold out and the algae doesn't grow. There's algicide that takes care of all this, but the county doesn't use that much because a lot of them have lead in it and they don't want to use the wrong algicide. So we could go down the road with Franklin Pond right this minute, and if it starts to bloom, and because when it does bloom, it fills it all up. You can't even see the water because it's not a big area. We have somebody that has the right algicide to come in and spray at one time and see what happens. Or ask Lake County to help us with that because they have experienced people. And all we're going to be doing is hiring a vendor and hope he's doing a good job. So I'd rather have Lake County say, yeah, hire this person and they'll use that product and spray it. So it's not real expensive to do. So that's kind of what I would throw on the table right now so we can tell the residents. I got an education this morning on it because of what was going on with our lake. So,
yeah, that's doable. The one idea that was thrown out was to consider the idea of maybe wrapping up all of the lakes, Lake Florence, the Four Lakes area, Franklin Pond, so that they all come under the same type of treatment plan to be a bundle package if something like that was on the table, was an option.
But Four Lakes, don't we use the company still with?
Yeah, so we're currently budgeting, I want to say I'll have to look, I'm thinking $15,000 a year from lake doctors to treat the Four Lakes, all the Four Lakes areas. They go and spray the algicide and some of the weed control. I had Franklin Pond done maybe 3 years ago because we had the same problem. And I'm really going off old memory, but I want to say it was $1,500 for the first, and they would do it like for $600 or $800 back then per month or something like that. So it's not cheap, but it's, we need to kind of, definitely be a great workshop item.
Put it on the list.
I guess I had a question to tag on
Because
that
I
a
really
little
need to
bit.
look at budget and get some numbers for you.
Could we maybe create, again, website page? Got to keep you busy. A website page, maybe lake-friendly landscaping. Like
for the what?
For like lake landscaping. Like different plants that you can use along the lake to help with it. Again, I don't live on the lake, so I'm not sure. But you had mentioned vegetation, so thinking something like that maybe to help with our residents. Anyway, like a website on the website or the PDF, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just being blunt. There's, most of those residents were put in. They were supposed to keep and maintain a swell. The towns. I've never done any inspection of those. When we abut water, you're supposed to kind of keep that natural scape area a little bit, kind of not serve 50 feet. Most of those are mowed to the water and fertilized to the water. All the vegetation along a lot of those lots, there's no duck potato plants or those things that help grow, which we can, I have grant money to give that to the property owners if they're willing to help do that. So we have some solutions there that can help them, but we're also there's some not everybody, but there's some self-created problems. And in fact, I think the Florida statute DEP, you're only allowed to clear 50% of your shoreline. And I think the whole lake's been cleared almost all the way around 80% of the properties. And so even in violation of DEP. So, I mean, that's just speaking out loud, truthfully, of what's going on out there. But also we got to recognize too, as a town, our water drains in there, and a good portion of water, it's basically a stormwater detention pond like Four Lakes is for most of the old parts of town. They were designed that way. They were dug out for that purpose. And so we do have some responsibility there too. So I'm not going to mitigate that either. So I think it may take a multi-pronged approach to look at that. And that'd be a good discussion for council.
Is any of that stormwater grant money going to maybe help the conditions? I know you're doing some stormwater detention on 8th and 9th. I don't know if that flows into Franklin Pond at all, or.
Yeah, so obviously the one we did on Lakeside, you know, that was one of the reasons because there's a huge drainage. There's still another opportunity there at the park to do something else in the future. I think one of the biggest contributors is, you're correct, is 7th, 8th. Is that Hickory up there, guys? Or I don't remember the street, but 7th and
Kirkland.
Kirkland. Yeah, okay. That whole area is very hilly. It all goes down to one spot with a big, huge pipe that just rushes into there. So that is one of the stormwater projects we have with our grant money identified, and it's in our facility plan with DEP as a part of the bigger picture. So that'll take a big, really help going forward.
Will you guys be we're not putting it in the dry wells, right? Like we did on Lowry going into the lake. We're just directing the water with the stormwater money.
Well, right now it's just direct flows with nothing stopping. So the last facility plan is putting detention swells along the side of the road all the way around 8th, you know, kind of that whole area that drains, that gets by Judy's place, slowing that water down, giving it a chance to infiltrate. Then, yeah, there probably will be a baffle box at the end of that, which really helps more with sediment, not with nitrates and phosphorus.
Yeah, and you only got to be empty like once every couple of years.
Yeah, they're amazing how clean they do stay.
Yeah.
We check them once a year, and they're in pretty good shape. You
That's
got to
what,
generally clear the filter on top.
That's what Doris, that road coming down, that's what that needs, is a box going in.
Yeah, that's what we're
right before it goes into Franklin Pond.
Yep.
Do you need us to vote on anything for this one, or just discussion?
No, I don't think there's anything to vote. This is more for information, but if you want, on the next topic is our workshops, we can add it to one of the workshop discussions.
Yeah, bring it up.
So.
Okay, great. That was a good discussion. You got anything else, Carol, on that? I know you've been working on it. No? Let's do the JPA. You want to explain the JPA to everybody?
Yeah, I was actually going to ask Nita to kind of go over this, if that's okay. It's
Okay.
my voice.
Do you have it? Picture of it for them?
I don't have any.
Oh, here. JPA is everything from Oakland all the way through to Ferndale, all included, everything. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and real quick, I'll let Nita go. So it's basically our whole service area, like Mayor said. And sorry, I have to keep a lozenge in. And the purpose, just the overall purpose of the JPA, is to improve communication and help with development. So the county doesn't develop like they did 4 homes per acre next to 2 homes per acre. That's what we're trying to prevent. But I'll let Anita go ahead and jump into details.
So the statute does talk about JPAs and what should be included in a JPA, and so we followed that model. We've been working on this for several years now. I think it started in 2022, so we're on our 7th version, and we can probably identify some other changes that may need to be made, but at least wanted to get your input and any concerns or questions you had. So we have to define what the boundaries are. The mayor explained what those are. Some of the land under paragraph 3 on page 4 is the comprehensive plan, and essentially it's saying that we're going to try and ensure that our comprehensive plan and entitlements are somewhat compatible within the JPA area, so that there's consistent development, and it provides for efficient provision of public facilities and infrastructure. The Ferndale special area, it refers it back to the ISBA, and you'll remember in the ISBA, Ferndale is protected, and there are limitations on how much density can be approved. The planning standards, it just gives the town the right to be consulted and give formal comment in the event that the county creates a land development overlay district in any of the JPA area. It talks about the town and county trying to ensure that the lands developed within the JPA are consistent with development in the town, and this really focused on the subdivision that was approved right outside the town boundaries by the county that had greater density than the town would have envisioned. It does talk about the Ferndale special area and that they can't develop at a greater density than 2 units per dwelling unit per acre, and no less than 50% of gross buildable area of the site must be preserved as common open space. However, if they have vested rights and the county has to approve it, it's ultimately up to the county, and their comprehensive plan will control on that. We talk about water and wastewater utilities and cooperation with the county, that in the event that the town does have water lines, or in the future if you had sewer lines within a certain distance of development, that the county would require them to come and talk, the developer to come talk to the town. This language was incorporated when the town's council's direction was to pursue the sewer, and so this would be something you would need to look at. Annexation is also spoken about, that the town agrees it's going to only annex lands that's provided in the GAPA and where it's not in conflict with the ISPA. Right of way, we tried to get the county to agree to give the town permissions to do certain things, because you do have so many county right of ways in your town. So whenever you want to do something, you have to get a right of way utilization permit from the county, and it's sometimes a cumbersome process. So we were trying to get as much permission in this document as possible. The county does want to try and turn over certain county roads to cities, and so there is language in here that you may enter into a road transfer agreement with them or a maintenance agreement with them relating to certain county roads, but it doesn't obligate the town to take those over. So that would be something determined in the future. It does allow the town to mow and trim trees within the county's right of way if they're located within the town boundaries without us needing to do a maintenance agreement with them. But we would have to indemnify and defend the county for any injury caused.
And on that particular note, I've instructed Anita to push back on that. They added that at the last minute. I don't think that's reasonable, that we have to indemnify the county for cleaning up their right of way. So we're going to push back on that one.
Signage and light poles. That was another one that, we're installing. The town has wanted the Green Mountain Scenic Byway style matched this for signage and the light poles and your speed signs. So this just provides that these signs have to be consistent with that. If the county is putting something in and the town wants it to be that certain style and the county doesn't want that, then the county's agreeing to pay for the difference in price in order to have the Green Mountain Scenic Byway poles. If it's part of your own project, though, then it would be the town's full responsibility to pay for that. If you're making improvements within their right-of-way, then you have to get a right-of-way utilization permit for driveway aprons, signs, pole lights, trails, and sidewalks. And then it specifies what regulations control that. Procedures and review commenting on development orders. This provision really is to improve the communications between the county and the town with regard to development applications, because we were finding that applications were being made that affect the town, but the town did not receive notice of them. And then the project would get so far down the road, it was really too late for the town to give meaningful input. So this kind of sets out some boundaries for the town and the county, where if we get applications, we will send the application to the county, and likewise they will send their applications they receive on projects. And that has worked, even though this isn't in place. We've received 2 applications, I believe, this last year from the county, and we're able to give input. So, but this just kind of sets out the process for that occurring.
Was those two the ones in Ferndale?
One's the Rob Septic project, and we just got another one the other day. I haven't even looked at it.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's another one that's office buildings and an RV park, I believe.
Yeah. So they're doing what they're supposed to do.
Yeah. And when we started this, this was a big issue. I mean, there was zero communication until we saw stuff going up or dirt being moved. So the county's really, when Jennifer Barker came in, she's really been trying to straighten that up.
But they've also built, they've also divided into residential lots places when never came to us.
Right. And that's why we started wanting to make sure we put this language in the JPA to kind of force the issue and us cooperate with them like we want them to cooperate with us. We have the preservation of density and intensity language for the Ferndale special area in here as well, just to reiterate what's in the ISBA. And then there's language about the transfer of development rights program, and this is in the event the county develops a transfer of development rights program, then the town and the county will work together to evaluate lands that should be preserved for preservation and conservation. And then before land deemed as agriculture can be developed, both the town and county must evaluate it and discuss other options with the property owner and developer to see about transferring development rights to a more suitable location. There's a conservation strategy section in here where it just says that the town and the county will evaluate lands that should be preserved for conservation, and they'll work together with that in doing so. This is a 10-year agreement and would renew automatically after 10 years unless either party wants to terminate, and you can terminate for any reason with 180 days notice, and it can be amended by the parties throughout its duration. And if you have questions,
And there's 4 years worth of work.
Yeah.
What happens if someone violates the JPA?
I didn't hear you.
What happens if someone violates the agreement?
It's a feel-good document. Let's just be real. It is a feel-good, but I think
Just curious.
there's the
I hope
politics of it, of like, come on guys, you agreed to this, and you know, county has staffing issues sometimes, the city, things do get missed, but I think we're already seeing the effort being made on both sides to live up to something that hasn't been agreed, and it's just communication, and that's with all the cities that have been going on. In fact, I think they started holding quarterly planning meetings or something with the planning people at the county to go over anything big that's coming up. So that's good to see that.
How come maybe the county, like in Ferndale, shouldn't they have something on each property in Ferndale if somebody clicks on it to do, to do something or change something? Like somebody in there, I don't know, if they get a zone change or whatever, when they click on it, it automatically says ISBA, Claremont, Mineola, Montverde. Can't they do that?
I mean, they you mean as far as like on a GIS system?
Something.
Well, if they're gonna apply for something, they'll have to come to the county and ask about it, and the county will immediately pull up.
It actually does on the GIS, Mayor. If you pull
Yeah.
up a parcel there and there's a layer on there, or when it gets the zoning, it'll show it Ferndale Special Protection ISBA along with R1 zoning or rural RR zoning. So it does.
But it's been there a long time and they've made mistakes.
It has.
There was one mistake that person no longer works for the county. Look, the JP, that was about 4 or 5 years ago. I know which one you're talking about.
No, this was one that
You're talking about the one was in the Ferndale ISBA, right? That was.
Yeah, it's on the right. They built really nice homes in there.
Yeah.
But I can't remember the guy's name, but he did a couple in here.
Yeah.
But it was weren't supposed to.
Yeah, and you know that person's no longer with the county, but I know things like that can happen. But a JPA, I mean, hopefully it isn't just. And Montverde's situation is more of a you're already kind of done with a lot of growth I mean, there's not much more.
No, it's done.
There's, you know, there's a reason why the JPAs across the county, you know, there was never really any good coordination. So the intent is first and foremost to improve communication. You know, you do have some items that are addressed in there about better coordination with infrastructure. That's the reason why, quite frankly, there's the language in there about the cities taking the roads over. Well, the reason for that is because most growth in the county, Lake County, is actually in the cities. It's not in the county. Most development, there's a few that you can pick up around here that the county actually approves, but most growth is actually in the cities. So that's where the better coordination of when you do JPAs and you handle annexations, there's a better.
I'm thinking 5 years from now, this is all different, and they don't understand the ISP like we do, and
That's right.
nobody's paying attention to what's going on here, and we're not getting calls. And the people on council don't even know there's an ISBA, that they can't do that, and they're driving through Ferndale all the time and seeing something going on. You know, we drive through it and we know that something's wrong when we see it. I wanted to get something up in the county that, you know, it's red or something, it jumps up and down. You got to get an okay for this.
Yeah, so when this gets approved, this will actually be another overlay because other cities have some JPAs.
That's
so
right.
it'll be an overlay on the GIS. So when they go to planning and zoning Lake County, they're going to click on the parcel. It'll pull up the zoning and it's going to pull all the overlay districts on it. So that's going to be an immediate flag, like you said, to notify.
So we just got to check that it's really
We got to
works.
make sure it's working and verify all the parcels are in it once we get it completed.
So it would be our manager's job to make sure that that system works correctly in the county.
Correct, and that's why the quarterly meetings are going to be important, that there's always an elected official there along with a manager at all the quarterly meetings that will be set up so that if things are not working that they're or need to be improved, they will be there in front of everybody to hear. So.
Yeah, I don't want to drag it on. It's just that we've seen it go bad a couple of times.
Yeah, communication. I mean, that's what started this whole process, was improving communication, and we want to do that.
Is that what you wanted to show us?
That was it on the JPA. Do you have, you know, we're at the point of, I need the county attorney and our town attorney, Anita, to finalize this and bring it back in a ordinance for approval, or resolution, whatever it's going to be, probably ordinance. So I just want to make sure you don't have any other directions or heartburn with anything that's in there. Generally, the county may still have some back and forth. The commission may still have some back and forth. But the process is we'll approve it first, then it'll go to the county for their approval or approval with amendments, then come back to town if there's any final ratifications or that need to be done.
You want to speak, Alan?
Alan Hartle, 16191 Hillside. Several years ago, Mr. Mayor, we had the problem with the triathlons coming through without notification, and it was always a foobar on that weekend, Friday night and Saturday. Now with Sugarloaf Mountain being expanded with all the development that's going through there, I'm wondering if we should ask, since our JPA expands such a tremendous area now, that we be notified when they apply for the county for any kind of event that's coming through Montverde. Now with Fosgate being open, that opens up another pathway and so forth. At least we'd have heads up, hey, this weekend there's going to be a triathlon, there's going to be the Ironman, they're coming through Ferndale, Sugarloaf Mountain.
Go-kart race.
Well, yeah, we have enough of the crotch rocket races, but just wondered if that's something that would, down the road, would want to pursue with you guys, Sean.
So when they have special events, the special events permitting with the county is required to let.
I know we went through
to
that
make sure
because
there's
the mayor had said, you know, all of a sudden we weren't being notified, and next thing you know, you got 3-hour delay because the sheriff department has blocked off the road and all that.
Recently, they weren't putting the signs up ahead of time. And
what we found was that we didn't know they were even doing it. There were groups coming from South Florida that would literally put on their own events.
Yeah,
and
that seems to be the bigger problem.
I know they bring 65 or 75 cyclists to come, and somebody follows behind them, blocking the traffic the whole way down. So
Yeah, you need to change it.
Yeah.
But I just wondered, Sean, because you know how Sugarloaf Mountain is just exploding up there, getting ready for phase, the 25-year burst, which is now about ready to start again. That's going to create all kinds of things next door to us, and it's be kind of nice to have heads up. Just a thought.
I think we can make sure that
It's not really a JPA thing, but it does affect us in how we do our lives through the JPA. So,
The more meetings you have, the better it gets.
Yeah,
With the cities.
That's the intent. Yeah, and again, Montverde, and I'm speaking the perspective of the county commission now. Is I'm thankful because you've been trying to do it for a couple years to get a JPA, and you're almost really done when a growth situation occurs. It's more. Some things could come up, but it is you are a leader in a sense that other cities will hopefully follow on this, and some already are following it, where there's much bigger problems, specifically about what's annexed and becomes a lot higher density. Rural protection areas. Some of
well,
these
so that's
things.
one thing too. I was thinking about too, sitting back here listening to this, is that with the higher density we're getting north of us on the Sugarloaf Mountain area and all, more cars, more traffic. You have throw into the mix of that triathlon, the bicycling, that the organized events. That's going to take more coordination on the county's part to say, hey, we're going to have to coordinate more sheriff blocking and all this stuff, and it'll affect everybody who's south of that area. So just something to think about.
Yeah. Mr. Hart, I'll bring up in my next county manager meeting, just making sure we're getting the best communication going forward when we have events like that. Or
I know, like Sean has said, you've mentioned too that the groups come from South Florida, and you'll be going Sunday on 561A, and all of a sudden, whoa, here's this 20-minute block, and here's 100 bicycles that just doing
unfortunately,
their
I think
thing.
a lot of them are not permanent, like you said.
Yeah,
It's
so
Jan's
thanks for the
Biking
time.
Club. They come through.
So do you need us to make a motion for this?
I'm just looking for direction. If there's anything you have heartburn with or would like added or changed to it, then we're going to bring it back. We still need to negotiate a few things with the county attorney. Then probably March-ish or so, we'll bring it back for a first reading. Everybody okay?
Yeah, go move forward. You guys
Okay.
okay with it?
I'm okay with it.
You okay
Thank
with
you.
Grant? I'm good.
Oh, I did have the boundary. I'm so sorry. There it is.
You're okay with Brian, right?
There's the boundary, everybody. I did have it.
Okay. All right, what's the next one?
Yeah, selection of an MPO board member to help us with transportation funding.
Okay, I don't know if anybody understands the MPO, but
You have to go 5 years to understand it.
the MPO is a Metropolitan Planning Organization, and correct me if I'm wrong, Anita, but I went to like 600 meetings, so I think I got this part right. They're in charge of all the trails and bicycles and trails in Lake County, and any brand new roads that are going in, and the funding that helps that. And there are a number of cars that go through that area. So like if, and it was organized because, let's say Claremont wanted to build 1,000 homes, or like Mineola, they want to build 10,000 homes over here. Well, a lot of the cars are going to come through our area, but we don't have no new roads, so they wouldn't be involved in that. But let's say they built Hancock. Remember when they built Hancock? Well, that was a new road, and that was part of the whole MPO thing. You've been there a million times. Can you add to that?
Yeah, MPO, I promise not to go back this far, but it goes really back to the Eisenhower days when they started building the highways and they realized they were splitting communities apart and communities had no input. Cities, counties had no input, so the law was set up to have MPOs be a requirement. It's also the tool that the county and the cities get together and do a long list of priority projects. You put them on a 5-year list. List of road construction projects that get put on a list, and most of them never get done because there's no funding. But that's the process that's put in place.
It's the number of passes that they get in order to build developments in certain areas on new roads. That's how I understood it.
Number of
cars going on that road a day. So if they're going to build 500 homes, they might say, well, we don't have enough road for 500 homes. We got to build a new road. and that's when they get the funding to do
Yeah,
that.
so you're talking about level of service, that's determined, yeah, that's done with the county usually, county roads, city engineers are involved with that as well.
But that's for existing roads, right?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, no, I was saying Mount MPO's does brand new roads.
The MPO will plan new roads. They'll put, like, you know this probably, but they put them on a list of priority projects. For instance, 455, which is being extended south past Hartwood Marsh Road, is a project that got put on the list of priority projects. But
Or
the
like Lake County, East Lake County wants to build, 80,000 homes. It's going to affect Orange County.
Correct.
And the Orange County roads. So that MPO and this MPO get together and talk about it.
They do. There's a regional MPO organization as well that also meets beyond that. But
it's part of the approvals process.
yeah,
That's where the funding comes from.
Yeah, it's where the funding. It's where the funding comes from. That's why it's important. Again, I'm being a little facetious, but I'm actually pretty accurate. A lot of projects get put on there and never get funded because they're not cost feasible.
Mount
but
Bird never got.
Well, I've had 450. I think this will be the fourth year that 455 would be on there to redo it with bike lanes and improve safety and slow it down. And we're like #1 on the priority list, and that's just to get a planning study done. You have to go from planning to engineering to construction. So on the MPO, they meet monthly. It is very technical, the information, and we really do need a council member that would like to dive in and learn the terminology and be an advocate for Montverde, because unfortunately our vote with this is combined with 5 other small towns and we rotate through people who get a vote. And generally when we have a project, we coordinate through Lake County. So like 455, Fred put it on for us as a Lake County project on our behalf. And then actually that got up to Congressman Webster, who's actually may still have $1 million they're trying to get approved in this budget to help us here in Montverde. So it does. It's actually kind of fun, and you got to be able, you want to socialize, learn the technical data, and be able to push for Montverde. And we really do need an advocate for Montverde. So if you consider it like that, that'd be awesome.
All right. Well, I'll make a motion then for it. I'll make a motion for Grant Roberts for MPO.
I'll second it. All in favor, say aye.
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 No.
Against, say nay. Okay, you're on it.
You get to go. You get to go to those meetings with me. Well,
yeah. I did 10 years.
Someone quick make a motion for the voting delegate and get
All
payback.
right, we'll move on to FLC. This is a delegate that has to go to the Florida League of City meetings. How would you describe the Florida League of Cities? I personally say it's an insurance company making sure that their clients talk to them all the time and only them and not Brown and Root and or anybody else.
Well, FMIT, yeah.
That's just me, but
Yeah.
they do have good conventions.
Yeah, so Florida League of City advocates for municipalities and home rule, and they offer insurance services and retirement services for the town. So they are the ones that have the lobbyists up there and work and kind of push again for our town stuff. So there is a conference once a year in August, is that right?
Yeah,
August,
it was, yeah.
that you go to, and you'll have to spend an extra day and go vote on stuff and eat a bunch of food. So that pretty well sums it up.
Alan, you did it last year. Yeah.
I'll make a motion for Councilmember Morganelli.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, ayes have it.
Yeah. Nay.
I'll send you the conference dates.
Okay, just move on. We got budget amendment. Okay, this is for the money that we
Oops, did I
spent
miss one?
on Bellaclina opinion and the property opinion.
Yeah.
So we need to figure out where we're taking the money from that we spent. I don't
Yes.
know if we have to do this right this minute. So
No, I'm just looking for direction where you want, I have to bring a formal budget amendment back, but, you know, we're anticipating somewhere between $15,000 to $25,000 for the two consultants that we approved at the last meeting. The environmental one is going to be 10 minimum, maybe a little bit more, depending if you have questions for them and need more research.
Yeah.
Anita's was 3 to 5. Where in the budget do you want to pull it out, or do you want to pull it out of reserves?
I want to talk about it at our workshop and just
Okay.
skip it today. You guys
Okay.
all right with that? All right. Discussion on topics of future town council workshops. We're gonna have a workshop in 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, the plan is, looking at our schedule, we're going to try to do the first Tuesday of each month, starting in February, for workshops or topics that council wants to go. So
Yeah.
I just want to throw out the ones that are the most priority for you. We could figure out more of them once we get to workshop. I just kind of want to see what your top priorities are to get started with for the first 2 workshops.
I don't have any. I'm just gonna go there and let's just decide what we want to have a workshops on. First one.
We have to put something on the agenda and have some stuff
Talking
prepared.
about workshops we want to have. Because
Can we
could
do
go
that
on right now forever.
Yeah, can we do that at the next workshop to discuss what
Why don't we
workshops
just
we're
do it
gonna
at the
talk?
workshop,
Okay.
discuss what workshop
Keep it moving.
subjects we want to.
So I'll put the budget amendment. I have a couple things, staff, that I can go ahead and start to get those started if you have nothing. Or you can also email me your topics, and I can,
okay.
I mean, you'll
I'll
leave
do
it to
that.
me to kind of semi-prioritize them, but we can at least get started with them.
Okay.
Is that fair enough? You can email
Yeah,
those?
yeah.
Okay.
So, lastly is, how long are you going to take with that, Bob?
Pardon?
How long are you going to take on that?
I'm going to try to take about 2 seconds, really. Yeah.
All right.
I'm just going to wrap it through it real quick, just to
Okay.
bring out the important things.
Appreciate it.
Oh, I got the clip. Okay, right click it, huh? Where do I do it? Anywhere? Okay, all right. So what we have here, this is actually the full entire report that you're seeing right here that the Florida, the FDEP put together. It's well over 300 pages. I have spent about 26 to 30 hours. I'm pretty much almost an expert on this, so I can kind of go through it quickly. So what I'm going to do is just to let you see that this is something that was very obtainable on the website, and it also includes in this the 2005 the report regarding Montverde, what we did. Now, I don't know if you can read that, but I'm just going to bring it out here. Basically, the town dump, or the Fosgate dump, basically what it says right there on the first paragraph, it's stating that it definitely is a potential Superfund candidate. And the reason for that is what basically happened is Tower Chemical, what they did is they took all the chemicals and also their drums, and they dumped them into they had kind of a pond that was there. Well, the pond overfilled, and that's what ran off and then went into basically coming down the aquifer in that area.
What year was that?
Pardon?
What year was that?
That was, I believe, in 1981, right in that area, because what happened was Tower Chemical was told they could not use that chemical any longer, so they ended up dumping it. The problem was that it overflowed, the pond overflowed, so they had too much chemical, so what they did is they ended up taking the chemical and bringing it to our dump, and we had at that time roughly 2 trenches. You'll be seeing these trenches here as the slides keep on going. They ended up having about 5 or 6 trenches. The dump became that big. So basically what it's also stating right here is that the levels and the exposure was well above. That's on the last paragraph and the last, not the last paragraph, but the last screen paragraph that I have there. And it states here that the soil cleanup target level direct exposure criteria for both residential and industrial settings, it was above. So they wanted to have that cleaned up. Next one that we come on, it also states here that it did fall up, it was considered with the EPA as also a cleanup and a super fund. That's what that basically says. It also stated in this report that nothing should be done with this particular land site. In other words, any land use change, and that's right there where I have the star there, it's stating, please note that if the land use change or if information confirms the existence of the area previously unknown contamination of the property which exceeds the site-specific rehabilitation levels goes above and it becomes harmful for the public, this can be reopened. So that's meaning that we're dealing with the land use change right now on that property. I want to state one thing right now. Grant, let me tell you this. I don't care if you put a football field there and have your kids and everybody else play there. Once I know and this town knows that it's cleaned up, I don't care.
Okay, keep going.
Okay, so I just wanted to make that clear. I'm not out for anybody. I'm out for protection for the town and for the people here. All right, so we're going to go through this one. We're going to miss this one because it's not that important. We're not going to hit that one, but this one's real important, okay? This one, if you state right there, former employees. You had brought up earlier, Joe, that they put non-contaminants. It was, empty barrels. It states in record, their record, that employees literally dumped it there and said that they dumped, it stated from Tower Chemical that disposed the drums of hazardous chemicals in the site, period. Now that's documented. I'm not hearing from some hearsay somebody or somebody else. This is what they actually told, along with other residents that stated it as well. So what that means is this, guys, it's never been cleaned up. There's not 1 ounce of evidence or 1 word of any cleanup ever. These barrels are there, okay? That's why I want it cleaned up. So then we keep on going. Now, not going to get that. That shows you basically where it is. You know where the pond is. It shows you exactly where those trenches are. Now we're starting to see the actual footages. That's 1962. If you notice the green, that's where they missed it. When they came in 2005, that was the radar that they did in the green. You can see how far off. It's about 30 yards or 40 yards away from where the actual trenches are. This is, again, from their report. None of this is put together other than through them. Now you're seeing in 1972, now you're looking at how many more there are trenches. This is all dumps that are there, and that's all the barrels that are in there. And notice when they came back again, they still missed it. They did a huge run, but that was all of the radar that they were going down. They couldn't go there because it was too wet. Now it has to be very high and dry, so they can get there and they can check it out quickly, and we can get this matter resolved. All right? This, I don't know. Oh, that's the parking lot. That's the parking lot that he wanted to put. Okay, that's this where he wants to put those. This basically shows you where the parking lot fits right on top of it. And hold on, let me go back. That shows you exactly how the setup of the parking lot is going to be right on top of all 4 of them, where everything is. And now you see it there, and now you see a larger print over there. There's where it's all dug. On the right, that's present. That's showing where it is, and it shows you where his parking lots are going over 1, 2, 3, 4 of the trenches. Okay. And those trenches, by the way, are, and it's in the report, they're 100 feet long. There are 50 feet wide, and they're 5 feet deep, and now they're a little bit more covered over it. So that is why I'm asking the council, look, let's just put this. Don't want anything turned. I personally don't want any stone turned there, no machinery there or anything until we get a clean report. Once we get a clean report, please, you could put 200 cars there. I don't care. I just don't want those barrels to be ruptured, because if they do, Katie barred the door for this town. You're looking at $40 million worth of cleanup. By the way, Tower Chemical back in 74 or 75, it was 19 million and change back then for that cleanup. That's it.
Well, thank you very much. No, we're done. No, more than letting Bob up. We're done.
The Florida Department of Protection, who wrote that letter, is aware of this site.
Okay, we got you.
Is going to be contacting the town.
The town
So
hasn't. the
you
town
you
hasn't
left
been
out the
notified.
document where it says, no compounds related to the Tower Chemical Company site were detected.
Well, yeah, but that was not from him. Furthermore, I show where it does state that there are chemicals and everything else, but they haven't found it
But
because
they weren't
there was
related
too
to
much
Tower
water
Chemical.
there. There was too much water. It's
Right.
not now. You're ready to
Okay.
put stuff on.
So if I move the site away from the dump site on our property, would you be open to that? So no, I'm asking your opinion. If I were to move the parking lot on our property
Right.
away from the dump site, the dump site's only about 2 acres. So if I move it somewhere else that wasn't used to dump site,
If it's, what I would like to do.
And leave the dump
no,
site
no,
alone.
What I'd like to do, it's your property. I want to make sure that if there are drums there with DDT in them.
I grew up there. There's no drums there. If there was, I would have seen them as a kid playing. It's glass. There's just nothing but glass out there.
Well, why do we have reports then stating,
I don't
and
know,
why
you
do
said
they
they came
want,
off
and why do
of
they want to
Ridgewood,
come
not
back?
Fosgate,
Please
so-
understand, why do they want to come back and look at it again?
Because you called
Because
them.
they
That's
couldn't
literally
do it.
what they told me. They said they wouldn't be investigating this unless you called them.
Well, well, if okay. well,
Anyhow,
we
you
showed
see
it.
my point. I'm just
We
going
showed the
by what
PowerPoint.
I've
We
read
wanna make
and what
sure
I
we
see
got
in a
to do that
file.
for you.
That's all.
All right.
That's
thank
all
you.
I'm going by.
Okay. Well, we showed the PowerPoint.
So, I have nothing in on this. I'm not making a dime.
Okay.
You're making a lot of money on it, so there's a
I'm
push for
gonna
you to do
make a
what you
motion
wanna
that we.
do.
I'm gonna make a motion that we adjourn. I need a second.
By the way, thank
All in
you,
favor,
Joe.
say aye.
Thank you for letting me.
We're done. Thank you.